Check, 1 2 1 2. Hi everyone. I'm Jason. Hold on a second. I'm going to start the stream in one moment. Hello everyone, I'm Jason Higley, and tonight we're going to talk about SETI and a few other things. Let's get going here. Okay, let me make sure I've got my apps playing well here. 1 2 1 2. Okay. Hi, thank you for waiting if you've been waiting. Tonight we're going to get into the subject of the search for extraterrestrial intelligences and the different methods that have been applied over the decades, and how I've experienced it through time. Years ago, I used to be somebody who was very interested in SETI. I still am, but not in the same way as I used to be. Quite a while ago, I participated in SETI at home and was a card-carrying supporter of this. You can't see this, sorry. I have my autofocus shut off because it was misbehaving the other day, but this is a SETI Institute pin because I used to be a contributor to them, and let me make sure that I've got everything running good on Twitch. Let me open up my Twitch window. Hi everyone, welcome, and let me get into chat for a second here. Hold on. Have my chat window open on the side here. There we go. Okay, now I can see chat if anybody talks. So yeah, not only was I an advocate of SETI, I still am, but in a different way today. But I also used to, I wrote a book on the subject. So let me, I'm going to cut my personal audio here because it's distracting me in my headphone here. Very good. Okay, so let me show you very quickly what I'm talking about. Let me open up a few things. I have some windows open here that I'd like to get into our talk about tonight. Let me do a window capture. Not that. Not that one. Let's see. I can bring that later. Let me open up. I do have this one. Yes. 1 2. Okay, just checking my personal audio's okay. If my audio bothers anybody, the background music, let me know. I want to add some windows in here. Window capture. There we go. I'll leave my cursor on my screen here too. So in the background, you can see this image that's next to me in the background is from an old study that was done in the early 70s for something called Project Cyclops, where they wanted to have numerous dishes for looking for extraterrestrials. And back then, it would have cost $10 billion in 1972 dollars. So, needless to say, that never got built. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over a little bit of history of SETI, because there's a good deal of that. And then we'll even go over different projects and that are current today, projects that existed in the past that found nothing, obviously, and also criticism about the search, and valid criticisms sometimes. And one of the reasons that I modified my view on this a little bit is not exactly what you might think as far as negative. Oh, by the way, there's a storm going on outside right now, so if you hear any lightning or any loud sudden noises, it could be from the storm. Yes, so and if I lose you guys tonight, I apologize tremendously, because a recent storm that we just had fried a whole bunch of modems for internet in our whole area. So my wife went down to the cable internet provider place, and there's a line of people there all holding the same box, and a whole bunch came in right after her too. So a lot of boxes got cooked here. So I'm in Central Florida, which is the North American capital of thunderstorms in the summertime, and so we're just starting our super stormy season here, and a lot of rain. We had quite a bit of rain. So let me go forward here. So like I said, I'm Jason. And so let me start off by showing you guys a few things that I've encountered over time, and also review SETI generally, and then some of the things I experienced in person. For example, I think you guys can see this book here. It's written by Seth Shostak, and it was dedicated to me in 2009. And let's see if I can. I'm gonna try to. Oh, there it is. Confessions of an Alien Hunter. I think you guys can see that. I'm gonna. There we go. Yeah, I think my autofocus is working. I think. And to Jason of the SETI Society, a member of the last generation of Homo sapiens, to run the planet. Best wishes, Seth Shostak. So, why did he say that? It was in response to, we have been in a very brief dialogue about machine life getting ahead of a civilization eventually, and kind of running things. And this was back in 2009, before the big AI thing that we're in now. And the point being that extraterrestrials, if you imagine a civilization 1 billion years ahead of ours, their AIs will be, somewhat incomprehensible to us, probably even. And we are, I guess, akin to ants relative to them. Let me make sure my stream is coming in excellent, good. and make sure I even have my title correct. Looks like we're all good. Irish John gave me a shout out yesterday. That's cool. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so let's go. Oh, what happened here? Speaking of AIs, Bing Chat just like took over my chat window here. It's like new topics. Lets you begin a fresh conversation. How about a conversation where your chat isn't hogging up my whole screen and I can't see chat anymore? That is the weirdest thing. I'm going to close it out. Boop. And hopefully I can find my chat window again. There we go. So yeah, that was bizarre. So yeah, so what we're going to do is let's resize this window here, bring some stuff in. So yeah, so that Cyclops project never happened. It was a study to see what would be ideal to try to find extraterrestrial intelligences, and what you could see is that it could only search for through a couple 100,000 stars, an array of that size. It never happened, and eventually the Allen telescope array was created. Let me see if I can pull up some of that stuff here. Okay, here we go. So I do want to find the Allen telescope array. Business. So it's the SETI Institute, in conjunction with UC Berkeley, built a 42 antenna array that let me go to the SETI Institute's website here. I don't want to close this window out. Let me see if I can. Okay, here we go. So yeah, you might see on the screen there, ironically, let me close this window a little bit. Sadly, one of the board members of the SETI Institute was on that submarine that imploded that while looking at the Titanic. So I'm not going to open that article here. You guys can go to SETI.org and check out the article. They're mourning the loss of him. And there's Morgan Freeman. So hold on a second. So the Allen telescope array is what we were talking about, and this array of telescopes is let me make this a little bigger. There are 42 of these that were built with seed money from Paul Allen, who is now deceased, who was one of the co-founders of not of Microsoft. He was one of the co-founders of Microsoft, and luckily he seeded some money to it, and they built this array with it. Originally, the plan was for the SETI Institute's Allen telescope array to have 350 dishes in the array, and the those 350 dishes would synthesize a singular, behave like a singular dish, and eventually what actually happened is that they only got the money, enough money for 42 dishes, which was supposed to be the proof of concept. And what happened is they have been asking for money ever since and haven't gotten the money. They actually had to shut it down for a while because they ran out of money. It was shut down, I think, for like 9 or 11 months, something like that. And then someone else stepped forward and donated like $3.5 million and, got it going again. So eventually, UC Berkeley had kind of parted from the SETI Institute on this project for a while, and I don't know like how things got healed, but there were even other aspects of this project that I can't really talk about that that occurred that helped to float the project. So they, luckily we're doing about 12 hours a day of observing for SETI purposes, and then the other time has been allocated to astronomy and one other purpose. And so they also were, there's a large array that's currently being built, the square kilometer array, that this was also sort of like a proof of concept that you could operate these in this way. And that array is in South Africa, and let me look that up. I know it's in two continents, but let me just see where they are today. The square kilometer array. So here it is. So here there's an artist's impression of the square kilometer array, and let me back out here. So you can see it's sort of like an inverted version of the other dishes and that are in the Allen telescope array. And okay, so here. Several thousand kilometers is where there are now with it. So that's fascinating. The phase one. I remember that they also had test array already set up in South Africa. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is, SCA locations. Yeah, Australia and South Africa are the main ones, locations of these things. So anyway, I'm not going to stay on, although this could potentially be used for SETI in the future too. That's really not part of this discussion tonight. We're going to focus on actual SETI telescopes here. Oh, hey, Dreamless Phantom, how's it going? Doing good here, sir, or ma'am. Yeah, everything's going okay. You might hear some rain in the background. There's a heavy rainstorm going on outside, and tonight we're going to be talking about not only SETI and life in the universe, but later on we might get to discussing other astronomy things, but definitely a heavy part of the first part of this will be about the search for life in the universe, and some of the things I've seen along the way related to this. In case you didn't see before, I, I, I've been interested in SETI a long time. This is a book that was dedicated to me in 2009 by Seth Shostak. And Seth Shostak is a scientist at the SETI Institute, and he, the reason it said, oh, I didn't mention this before, it says to Jason of the SETI Society. So a long time ago, I had created something, I had owned a domain name called SETIsociety.org, and my intention was to bring together average people like us and scientists and anybody who wants to support the search. And let me open up, since I'm talking about it, let me open up some windows related to that. Some images, I should say. Let's see, SETI Society. Okay, yeah. So so the website was SETIsociety.org, but this was the logo that I had come up with for it, with a little human there that, and the domain was taken over. I gave up the domain because I couldn't generate enough interest in the subject from people, and kind of threw in the towel, so to speak. Let me just put this over here. So, I gave it a good go for many years, and it just didn't work out. So well, that's why Seth Shostak put that, dedicated it to me, under SETI Society. So, so I've been interested in the subject over time. I have quite a few books on the subject that I've read zillions of books on SETI over the decades. Here's some more. And some of these are good, some of these not so good. And these are not all of the books that I have on the subject too. But the point is it's not a new thing to me by a long shot. And I also mentioned that I used to participate in SETI at Home, where people could do computing, distributed computing. It used to be the biggest distributed computing project on the internet, and I want to show. Let me open up. So, right now those things are kind of like SETI at Home is really a part of history right now, but this was me like a billion years ago when SETI at Home was a thing, and so I've been doing that for a long time. And let me just to show you how long I've been interested in it. And let me see, I'm going to open up something else here. Oops, cancel that. Hey, Lord to Basil. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you? How's your universe and streams going? I I hope that all is well with you. I'm I appreciate you coming by tonight. We're talking about the search for life in the universe and some of the things I've experienced along the way related to it. You are good, excellent, excellent. Yeah, you might hear some rain in the background right now, and it's raining outside, so I guess that could be soothing for some people. And let me. We were talking about some of the things I've encountered over time related to the subject of the search. I'm just kind of trying to show my bona fides, so to speak, of why why I might be interested in it. So um, something that uh, a lot of people on Twitch would be familiar with is the Carl Sagan emote that is in, like the emotes on Twitch, where he his face is well known to every Twitch person, and the Carl was a proponent of SETI. He was a major proponent of it, and also was one of the people who coded a message that was to be included on several spacecraft that left the solar system, including um, the plaques on Pioneer 10 and 11, which left the solar system, and Voyager 1 and 2. And Voyager 1, for certain, I'm not sure about 2. But we'll touch on that tonight. But those are engraved with messages that let's see if I can open that up here. I think there probably is a. Now I don't want to get. I'm pretty sure it was the. Yeah, it is the Pioneer plaque that could probably get me in trouble on here. But if you see on the search here, I'll open it generally on the right. You can see some humanoid figures that I can't really display them in graphic detail here on Twitch. But these plaques were sent, and then there was a Voyager Golden Record, which here I'll just open it up. This is the Voyager Golden Record that was sent. On the back side, on the cover of it, it was this message that was included for ETs. That down on the bottom left, you can see this star-shaped looking thing, which is calling out various pulsars that are around us in space, and ETs could be able to find some of these pulsars and find where this plaque originated from. So it's kind of a pointing toward Earth thing. And then the other aspects of it, have other information about how to play the record, it's on the side of this probe here, the Voyager. The record is here, and so if ETs found this probe flying through space, they could read the instructions, so to speak, and then play the record. And what's on the record is audio that, interestingly, they don't have a link to on the Golden Record page, which is fascinating. But one can find a recording of it online. Let me, oops, sorry about that. I just want to move this. Okay, so I want to grab this window. There we go. And move it there. Okay. Um, so yeah, I know of this and I'm a fan. Excellent, excellent. Yeah. So Carl was one of the people, and his wife at the time, also um, 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 helped create some of the images for these things. So if you see the humans on the, let me go back a little bit here. So the humans on this diagram that I can't play on Twitch, but this over here, Carl Sagan's wife drew these figures. Her, um, so that's an interesting little thing. And then so also Frank Drake was also had input related to what would go on these communications to ETs. Now, will ETs find them? It's incredibly unlikely that they would, but if you remember the Star Trek movie, the motion picture, V'ger is the is the Voyager, right? They scraped the like the side of, like it was eroded from flying through space for so long, and V'ger in that first Star Trek the Motion Picture is this spacecraft, and it went out into the universe, learned some super intelligent AIs found it, and asked it figured out what its mission was, and enhanced it so that it could complete its mission, and it came back as V'ger, and the super omnipotent super entity that eventually merged with one of the with several actually humans to become probably more powerful than Q at some point. But yeah, so we have allies in the Star Trek universe in V'ger and probably Q. So okay, so yeah. Let me get back to the SETI subject, though. So this Allen telescope array, as I was saying, is not complete. It's operated by UC Berkeley. It's on their property, actually, in Northern California. Yeah, Star Trek is based. Yeah, the first episode. Yeah, yeah. So this array, and it's in the Shasta range, I believe, it is not complete, and it may never be complete because they don't have enough money to do it, and they're kind of stuck at 42 dishes right now. They would like to have 350, but they can't. So. But they do observe 12 hours a day doing active SETI, right? And by active, I mean it's passive listening for extraterrestrial transmissions or some artificial microwave radiation. So we were talking about Carl Sagan, right? Up there, the emote that's on Twitch, and he was an astronomer, but also a great science communicator. And if you saw the movie Contact, with Jodie Foster in, I think it was 99. It was the late 90s. Her character, it was based on somebody that Carl Sagan knew, which was Jill Tarter, and she still is, in the SETI Institute and is a brilliant woman. I met her at a SETI conference in 2009 or 10. SETICon, what year was SETICon? Hold on. Hopefully there's a Wikipedia on that one. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. So yeah, SETICon, I met her at this thing back then, and this was a poster, promotional poster for it. I flew out to California, so it was 2010, and I could get into like some of the details of that a little bit later, but Jill Tarter is someone who was like a key figure at the SETI Institute when they were forming. She goes back to early days of it. You see she's a graduate of Cornell and then UC Berkeley, and then in her bio there, and I don't know if that's big enough. Yeah, so if my music, by the way, is too loud for anybody, please let me know. So this Jodie Foster character in Contact was loosely based on her, on Jill Tarter, and she, you can read her bio here about her history, but she has lived her professional career in the search for ETs, and when they build a monument to her someday, it will be, she will be, they even say it here, even say that here in this popular culture part. I don't know if you guys can see this, but the protagonist, Ellie Arroway, was played by Jodie Foster. So yeah, what I want to do, I don't think I want to cover like all the personalities that are in this. That's probably another interesting stream by itself. I might touch on it later, but she's like one of the luminaries in there. And then before I showed you the autograph from Seth Shostak, so he also is, and I've not seen his Wikipedia article before, so, but here you can see he has a weekly radio show, Big Picture Science, that you folks may have heard of before. You see, he was the chair of the SETI Permanent Committee for up to 2012. He does a lot of public outreach, has written a number of books, been a guest on numerous things, and he's the guy who wrote this book that I was showing you guys before. And so if you want, check it out, because he wrote this. The SETI subject is a kind of a difficult subject to be a scientist in, and if you want to ruin your career real quick, start talking about little green men, as they call them, and oh, the audio's fine, thank you. So yeah, he, it's hard to be a scientist in SETI, and once you do it, it's like you're kind of marked as a like fringe science by some astronomers. There's always been this giggle factor in it, And there are a lot of social reasons for that, but I think that some of them are intentional too, and people trying to protect the things that they control, in astrophysics departments and things of that nature. It just becomes a difficult thing. So they've had funding pulled away from them in the past by Congress, have been pretty dependent on public donations. And yes, I had also written a book on the subject. I think I had it open. I'm just looking for my tab. I thought I had opened it already. Let me attempt to open it. That could be interesting. Give me a moment. Just going to track that down. Okay, there we go. Luckily, before I do a stream, I put stuff in folders so I can find it later. Let me see. There's my book. Version 3. Whoops. Okay, now I can see my book, but you can't. Let me open it in a different window here. Okay, and I'm pretty sure you can see that. So, so this was my book, the SETI Game, and what I got into, you're not derailing it, don't worry. Actually, I was planning on speaking about all these things, so it's great that you brought it up. In fact, I'll leave this as like a, this talking about this, and people can get a free copy of this book. It's not for, it's not for sale. It used to be, but I pulled it off of Amazon years ago because when I came out with the third edition, so it was selling in the first edition, and I edited it, and it got very buried. And then when I released the third edition, I literally could not find my book on Amazon with a direct search of the title of my book. So my book was on Amazon, and typing the exact name of the book would not show the book. So that was motivation for me to pull the book. So it got right. So I want to see. I'm not sure if my image seems a little bit blurry to me. Let me take a look at the camera and see what's going on here. Where's the video capture device? Configure. Okay, the focus is on auto right now. Hey camera, I'm here. So I'm going to turn off my autofocus and focus it myself. Whee! Okay, hold on a second. Let me make sure that I look nice and sharp there. That looks pretty close to me. Very good. Okay, so sometimes we're better off just doing it manually. There we go. So that's no fun. I wanted people to read it. So I pulled it off of there, and now you can only find it on like Goodreads or something as a reference. like if we go, let's see, the SETI Game, Jason. Let's see. Okay, so you see here, oh, you can't see. Hold on a second. Let me pull the window over here. You can see that Jason Higley, the author of the SETI Game, right? And you click on it, and my image shows up. My images of my book are here, right? Just the front. If you click on it, you can't actually read it. Let's click it here and see what happens. Yeah, okay, thanks. So you see they have, you know, it says want to read, sign up for Goodreads. So if, by the way, if I found out that this book was available to be read there, I would send a message to Jeff, like, hey Jeff, you owe me something here because I pulled this off of their website. So, you know, that'd be interesting. So I give it for free. Anybody can get it for free. So I really want to create like a public link on my webpage too, that anybody can just click on it and get it. Right now I have to send them like a Google link to get to it, but a Google Drive, because that's where it is. But anyway, so yeah, so this book, in it, what I did is I review, by the way, all the images in the book were by me too. In it, I review this idea of, you know, well, why, if here are the title, you know, some of the topical contents, which I'm not going to go over here. But you can see what I did is I got into, there's this guy, Richard Dawkins, who is a controversial person, but one of the books that he wrote was called The Selfish Gene, and it got into reciprocal altruism in, oh, that's cool, yeah. I see, I know him. Yeah, so he had referred to reciprocal altruism in animals. You know, like one of the things that we've found is that some species help each other, whether they're co-evolved or codependent or just being altruistic. And why, the whole reason I got into writing this book was, it's like something that bugged me. Like I said, I've been in SETI for interested in SETI for a long time, and was why would ETs want to talk to ants like us? You know, we're undoubtedly millions or billions of years behind them technologically. So, you know, like what would motivate them to want to talk to, you know, organisms like us? And so, you know, when you make comparisons to like ants, you know, I don't know if Cyan Streams is listening tonight, but, you know, they're not to malign ants, but, you know, you have to wonder, like, why would ETs want to talk to us? So in this book, I got into looking into that from a scientific point of view, and there's this thing called reciprocal altruism in biology, and then there, you know, like dolphins saving humans. Interesting stories of how different creatures have helped others save others, like elephants saving humans, even though they might be wild elephants, things like that. So in the first 60 some odd pages of the book, I talk about the game theory, and applying game theory to SETI, and this reciprocity of organisms, helping each other. And I was not just trying to justify SETI, but trying to think through like what would be the optimum ways of looking for ETs. Just thinking it through, right? So that's what the first 60 something pages of this book are about. And then later on in the book, I get into other interesting aspects of what happened in SETI up to the time that I wrote the book, which had to do with actively transmitting messages into space and stirring the flies, so to speak, like what the risks are of these things, and why a lot of people were doing it for profit. There was the epitoria messages that were just for making money. So people were they were like streaming like crazy stuff from the internet that people were posting, and they were like everything that was on the internet back then was in those messages, that kind of stuff, So I get into that in the book too, and I get into here's the prisoner's dilemma. So I'm just going to scroll through here real quick and see, like, refresh my mind. So I will probably get into this in a while, and that's my kid's hand, by the way, in that shot. Dolphins are cool, right? But those were virtually domesticated dolphins. But even in the wild, they are pretty chill creatures, as people go. And then well, let me see if I can. This is in Chinatown. It's like there's so many messages in this image. It's like all in a language that I don't understand. So, the other thing is about encoding, right? And how our message is going to be encoded. We get into this is here in Central Florida at this cool statue. I think it's pretty cool, the statue. Encoding, and what methods, what frequencies, what's how the difficulty of it. I get into the Drake equation and into whatchamacallit, arguments, against SETI too, and also the Fermi paradox. It's it's a so-called paradox, and so I am going to touch on some of these things because I don't even have enough of stream time to get into the things that I've experienced related to the subject, but definitely it's just so much. I mean, get my book; it's free. If you wanna learn what's happened in SETI up to 2013, this book will you'll learn things that most people, and I mean even people in SETI, didn't know at the time, and I took some time off that year to write that book. I did a lot of research on it, and it wasn't it wasn't like one of these things that you do in a week or something, and it's not something that even an AI can do because it's just information that's not even on the internet. So yeah, but it will be now that I'm doing this stream. Um, I'll give it a look. Yeah, love to give it. Yeah, cool. So let me what I can do. Let's see. Let me see if I can get at that. Hold on. I wonder if I saved that link in for this stream here. Yeah, I was just looking to see if I saved the link for that. Let me get into my email here. Hold on a second. Because I have it, you know, I've sent it to people, and let me get in there. And, oh, better yet, let's go into Drive. There we go. Here it is. Share. So anyone with the link can get this. Let me get a copy of the link. Now, I don't know how long it's going to be when I drop it into chat, so let me paste it and see. I guess it's not so bad. Here's the link to the book, and you know, enjoy. So yeah, let me close this folder out here, and yeah, check it out at your leisure, and we'll move on. So I might come back to it later. So let's see here. Oh, okay. This was the tab that I had it open under. Okay. Okay, let's see. What is this? So in the Wikipedia SETI article, they go over, which I've read the entire thing, and you know, I've reviewed the entire article this on Wikipedia to see like what kind of developments have come out that I might have not been aware of, and so almost all of it I'm aware of, except for perhaps 2 or 3 things that I learned this week that were new. So they get into the history of SETI, which I'm not going to do tonight, other than to say that, oh, you're welcome, you're welcome. So yeah, in the Wikipedia SETI article, they skim very lightly on the history of SETI and get into the Fermi paradox, the what's been done, and it's still the case even today. Jill Tarter has compared the search space that's been searched to like searching only having examined a glass of water out of the ocean. And that's, you know, that's like, it gives like a rough idea of the search space that we're looking at, both in the spectrum of the search and the you know, like what frequencies do we look at to try to communicate it, and what might they want to use. And I did get into that in the SETI game a little bit, but like, to summarize, bottom line, we have not, a lot of people, especially like with the Fermi paradox, is like, which loosely phrase asks, where are they? Because they should be here already, right? Like, our ETs, we look out, we don't see any ETs around here, and contrary to some of the UAP stories, the UFO, the new word of the day is UAP, right? The new acronym is, show us the evidence, right? We want something physical so that we can say, ET made this, right? Show us the technology, or show us the, unique alloys or whatever. And the problem is a lot of people make a lot of claims, and they don't support it with evidence. And it's always been the case. I mean, it's always been this problem of, people for decades and decades making claims. Now, I personally have seen UFOs, but I can't say, oh, that's ETs, because I can't. I was walking once with my wife on a beach south of Sarasota, Florida, and I looked up at the sky, and I know what satellites look like, and I saw one moving through the sky, and when are they is a question we would ask, right? We are so limited by the speed of light. Yes, that's another thing, is when are they and when were they? And if they created machine life or machine, or AIs, like, in theory, they could last infinitely, right? Relative to biology, which might get wiped out by a supernova or a plague or something else. So, I don't know that the when are they. If they get to the machine life stage where AIs supersede them somehow, I don't know if that's so much of a matter. But then, again, why would machines want to talk to us? Like, what purpose would they have? And we can't guess that. We can't guess, like, once an AI gets to the point where, it's like Bing Chat, right, or GPT-4, where it starts thinking, and by thinking I use it very loosely, but we're starting to get a glimpse of what may be coming, where a self-aware AI does care about existing. So it's like Seth Shostak, when he wrote this in the book here, to the last member, I don't know if that's going to focus or not, but I'll read you what it says. Actually, I can pull up, I think I have the image here. A long time ago, I took an image of it, and I stuck it in the folder here. Here we go. So, the reason he wrote to a member of the last generation is because, it is a predictable outcome that ETs are, their technology is going to get to a stage where the machines that they create are going to be running stuff, so they're going to um, um, manage the the everything, the systems, the agriculture, um, um, just like they're going to be running the show. So I'm just going to make this a little smaller and stick it on the side here. So so um, where the 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 question that so let's say you're like me, right? And you want to write, you're into the subject, you've been doing it for a while, like doing stuff related to it for a while, and you start thinking like, well, why why would ETs want to bother with us? So I came up with a bunch of rationales for that, and a bunch of other rationales of why we might want to communicate with them, and some reasons why we might not want to either. And so there it's a gamble, right? In the end though, what I like, if I were to summarize like what that book, the one I wrote, got to, is that bottom lining it, we shouldn't perhaps in the early on, like in early years, which we're in right now, start communicating right away. But first listen and see like what's going on around us. Are our neighbors like hostile to us or not? And like what is the state of affairs, so to speak, in our galaxy, right? And what's our neighborhood like in that state, right? And if we cannot, after our best efforts of trying to detect them, if it doesn't work out, then we should consider like pinging them, but not continuously either. There are reasons why you might not want to do that either. But in the end, over like, and I'm talking thousands of years because it's such a small amount of time, cosmically speaking. We're gonna eventually, as we expand out, if we start sending AIs out, which we're already sending space probes out, right, and ever faster, right. Eventually we'll be able to make something that can go a significant speed of light, and for the whatever thing we're sending, time is irrelevant to because they're not aging if they're traveling that fast. So the question that you have to ask before you do such things is, like, do ETs want us in their domain space? With our biological, you could look at it as contamination, right? For their systems, because we come with a lot of payload, so to speak, of bacteria and other stuff, and like, is it in their best interest for us to be coming into their system? So we should probably know whether they're telling us don't come or not. I think listening a bit is wise. So early on, there was this project called SETI at Home, and what you could do, I don't know if anybody here, okay, I'm sorry, I missed your message there, Dark. Actually, I saw it as like something changed before, but I was delivering my thought. So yeah, what do I think of the dark forest? This seems related to what you're talking about. So yeah, so if you think of the spectrum of civilizations, right, that can arise in an infinite universe, or virtually infinite. For us, it's virtually infinite. There are going to be altruistic civilizations, and then there. Oh yeah, cool. There will be altruistic ones, but there will also be, competitive ones. And if you look at Earth as an example, biology is evolved towards trying to survive. Like, that's the highest priority, right? So, if you go into the African savannah and you start yelling real loud, it may not be in your best interest to do that. um, um, the universe could be that way, right? Where there are the nearby civilizations could be, not intent on destroying us, but might be hiding from the more aggressive types, or might be stealthed, if you will, as organisms on Earth are, right? Like, so many creatures have camouflage where you can't distinguish them from tree bark or from tree leaves or from the forest floor. And there's a reason for that. And so, if Darwinism is a thing, galactically speaking, or universally, and natural selection is this competition of organisms, eating each other and outcompeting each other just to survive, then, if you look at in the infinite universe of all the types of things, some of them are going to be aggressive, and some of them are going to be nice, and some of them are going to be hiding, and some of them are going to be, like, we own everything. So that's speaking to what you were saying about the dark forest thing. It could be dark because they're hiding. And you have to also, one has to think, like, another thing that when people talk about ETs, it often seems like they're talking about in the singular, like there's one, like as if it's one thing, right? Like a federation, or a couple of factions. But that with billions of planets, and there are lots of possibilities, and we're likely going to have a broad spectrum of organisms, a broad spectrum of social interactions, and they'll have come. They talk about great filters. One of the filters has to have been, if civilizations could arise, let's say, several billion years ago, which I'm not saying they could, that they did, but if they can you hold on a second? I just want to tell my wife something. I'll be right back. Oops. Why? Oh, no, thank you. Thank you. Hello. Yeah, sorry for, I just had to, I was hearing, I thought my wife was talking, and it turns out it was my son, like several rooms away. So I was like, he's really projecting. So, the reason I only put this on one ear, by the way, is so that I can hear other ambient things around me. So, but yeah, so we were talking about the competition of civilizations, and so it's like we likely weren't the first. It's all good, yes. We likely weren't the first ones here, and it seems improbable, right? And if they had a billion years head start, or several billion years, or even hundreds of millions, right? The they'll have gone through a filter of competition with each other, civilizations wise. So there'll be like a top dog kind of thing, and probably even a state that everything settles down into, as far as how they socialize with each other. So when we come into now we're coming on the scene, and we're like, hey everybody, here we are, and it's if we just go running through the forest, yelling at the top of our lungs, and we don't know what's going on out there. So I say listen first, and there are people like Seth Shostak, by the way. He is like, oh, it's okay for us to communicate with ETs, and I've spoken with him about this years ago on this subject, because I have a different opinion. And so did Stephen Hawking and others, where it's a different thing to point a radio telescope dish in a certain direction, a narrow beam of energy, and direct it in a certain direction. It's much different to do that purposefully, on purpose, than what our emissions from Earth are right now. Yeah, our radar could be visible, but they're doing spread spectrum now, and if we purposefully direct messages out, it really is attention getting, and ETs over time could develop enough technology to detect the light pollution from the dark side of the Earth, or detect some other things, but we can't do that, and we won't be able to do that for quite some time. It's going to be very difficult to detect light pollution. So you want to stay dark? So no, not permanently. Absolutely not. What I think we want to do is, when you walk into the forest, or you're walking in the savannah, you look and listen, and you look for the predators, and you try to get a sense of like what's going on. Are there two tribes fighting each other? And are you walking in the middle of that, or are you near a certain tribe that is going to help you out, or not? And do you want to join in the fray, so to speak? Or it's not. I just don't think it's a good survival tactic to anywhere, right? You wouldn't run into the Amazon screaming real loud. It's just not wise. Or Borneo, or any places where there are still indigenous hunters. You just don't do that. And even predators, for animals, and I would say that, ETs might be comparable, like they're going to be far removed from us biologically, in that sense. So, there are lots of Hollywood movies about, ETs and the good and the bad, and we tend to anthropomorphically convert them into human-like characteristics all the time. But if you look at it from like a base thing, from going into the wild here on Earth, and even in the west of the United States, like there are mountain lions. Or there are bears, right? Grizzly bears, or you go to the polar regions. There, the polar north, there are polar bears, right? And so you have to know what you're getting into, and the same even in the ocean. I mean, it's just like everywhere we go on Earth, we tend to, when we're in urban environments, like, oh yeah, we control everything. But if you go in the wild, you can't just like be oblivious. So I would liken the way we are now as being somewhat oblivious as to what's going on, and why, right? Why would I say that? Because I'll give you an example. This SETI at home thing that's been flashing on the screen for too long here. I'm going to even back out of that just to make it less annoying. It's a program that searched through trillions of signals. And what are some of my favorite science fictions? Let's see. Well, I tend toward movies, even though I've read a number of books. Like my favorite science fiction books are probably not commonly favorite, but like Fred Saberhagen wrote a bunch of Berserker series books, and so that's like Fred Saberhagen's probably like one of my favorite. And Arthur C. Clarke is also interesting. And then as far as movies, I like the Aliens, the first two movies. I like the second movie more than the first movie, but I like the first movie a lot. But the second one was just like more fun. But and other science fiction. So I have a lot of movies that they're like DVDs kind of movies. So they kind of define like what my sci-fi tastes are, and Blade Runner, I liked the ambiance of that, and I know like the second movie was panned, but by some people, but I liked the second one too, even though I usually don't like restarts. On the Star Wars, I liked Empire Strikes Back a lot. I liked those first 4, 5, 6 more than the other ones, and but Blade Runner, they're actually like, Aliens is like, if I were to name, Interstellar was okay, but there was some interesting artistic license in there, but I liked it. I think like Interstellar. Contact was not like my first, my number one movie. I liked it, but there were aspects of it that I didn't like. Carl Sagan was like always dealing with this demon haunted world kind of thing, and I don't know Fred Saberhagen, but I like your taste. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so he wrote this series of books, the Berserker series. So, you can find it on Wikipedia, but there's a whole history there. I do like some of Isaac Asimov's work too. I forgot to mention him. Like sometimes he got artistic more than scientific sometimes, but you have to have fun. And plus, we didn't know as much as we know now on certain things. So that's like one of the things with the early sci-fi writers is things that become impossible fictions kind of thing. But let's see. Of the Berserker series, I read Berserker and then Ultimate Enemy and Berserker Throne. This one, so of the series, I read Berserker, Ultimate Enemy, which is like they say here, a collection of short stories, but it's like fun because that's what the Berserker, the first one, was too, a collection of short stories, but good short fictions that you'll be like, whoa, that was pretty cool. And then let's see, Berserker Throne, I like that one too. So I haven't read some of these. I didn't know that he even wrote some of these, and I know that he co-wrote some too. So, so I like the Foundation series from. Although parts of it were slightly like, why did he go in that direction? But Asimov's Foundation series, and then it became like a cash cow later on when he co-wrote that with, I forget what's his name, that he teamed up with. But, kind of along those lines. But yeah, there you go. So let me close this out. And so SETI at Home was a screensaver that people could run at home. They went through, like I said, like trillions of signals, and in the end, they literally had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of candidate signals. And the problem with it is they couldn't rule out that they weren't that they were artificial or man-made. And like they did rule out a lot of RFI, human-caused interference, and sources from microwave ovens to cell phones to you name it, and airplanes, everything. And ultimately, I think it failed because of the inability to follow up. So since then, there have been a number of projects. I'm going to fly through here on the Wikipedia article so that I can prompt myself. Oh yeah, you might have heard of the WOW signal. That was this famous signal where this series here, they thought that it was consistent with an ET signal, but numerous searches since then have not turned up new transmissions. And that was Ohio State. They had it looked like it was on a football field, this gigantic antenna, and then later on, these other searches, Sentinel, Meta, and Beta. And by the way, Carl Sagan was like one of the co-founders of the Planetary Society. Carl Sagan's the famous emote, in case you just got here and you just started watching, the famous Twitch emote with Carl is the Carl Sagan that you see referred to here on this page here. And the reason I stuck this poster in back of me for this stream is down on the bottom it says, let me see if I can illuminate it a little bit here. Where's my, here we go. Just gonna increase it there. So it says the Planetary Society is searching, and planetary.org there on the bottom. Let me embiggen my view here. Here we go. Oops. And promote my view. Where is it? That's going to be order, move to top. There we go. So I don't know if you can see that. It says Planetary Society is searching, planetary.org. So Carl Sagan was a co-founder of the Planetary Society, and one of their basic missions is to support the search. At least it was. I don't know what they're doing these days, but let me lower this light here because it's like, there we go. So he, was this proponent, and one of the earliest searches, SETI searches, was sponsored by the Planetary Society, and they are, let me look up, it's planetary.org. Feel free to support them if you can. It says here they advance space exploration. Let's see if they still support SETI, or if they got away from it. Let's see. Are aliens real? Here we go. So the Planetary Society, I'm going to cover my face here so you can see this. Oh, good. I'm so promoted. I'm not covered. Let's see. I don't know if... Okay, yeah. So I was just reading chat. Sorry. They have, over the years, sponsored not just radio SETI and microwave SETI, but optical SETI too, and there's a tardigrade. If you ever watch some of the other streams on Twitch, like science streams, or a few what's her name? I can't remember her name. She might be streaming right now. Let me go see. Okay. I do want to put this on the side here. Good. Okay. Hey, I'm back on Twitch. Hello, everybody. Let me see. I'm going to go over to see if she's streaming right now. So she likes to also stream tardigrades. Let's see. I got to block this audio. Stop. Oops. Okay. Let me maximize my screen here. Is she on right now? No. Pardon me, I'm just looking up some people here and let's see who else streams. I can't find it. Oh, well, I'm going to give up that. Sorry for the delay. So yeah, these tardigrades, they are extremophiles who oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know if it's Abraham. Oh, my stream just popped into a different thing. Let me manage it here. There we go. Yay. Let's go to my stream manager. Okay, so what they're talking about here are these extremophiles who can live in high radiation environments, uh, be go into stasis in a desiccated, dried state, and survive in environments, including the vacuum of space, where we uh, definitely cannot. And the point being is, aliens are going to be tougher. Some of them will be more resilient in different environments that we can't exist in. Oh, and look at that. They have Jill Tarter here when she was at Arecibo. That's cool. Oh, you guys, let me make sure you guys can see this. I got to go back to OBS here. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's funny because this is back when they were she's looking at radio signals. I have in a folder here. So the Arecibo has collapsed and was destroyed, but they used to do SETI from here, and that was sponsored, in part by the Planetary Society. Let me see if I could. I want to just see if I could find an image of them there when I was focused on SETI quite a bit. Let's see. Oh wow, yeah. Those are good. Let me open image here. Okay. Oh wow, so many things to look at. So yeah, here's an original screen capture that I did back in 2002 of, oh, you can't see it yet. Hold on, let me make that bigger. So they use, this is a while back, obviously. I've been doing this a while. So they, as you can see here, there's even on the lower thing, you could see a signal that's pinging the Arecibo, and that's like one. Sometimes they have like test signals that they would put into the feed just to test the system or the algorithm. And suffice it to say, nothing was found. There were some false alarms along the way that happened, and didn't pan out. They even got pretty excited. They had a bottle of champagne that they refreshed from time to time. On hand in case they ever actually found something. In Arecibo, they used to have a bottle of champagne there to pop the cork. But, okay, hold on a second. I have to, I just got a notification, so I just have to make sure I can see what's going on. Okay, let's see. Oh, you found a tardigrade, yeah, in a river, yeah. So I take it that you looked through microscopes too. Then, yeah, that's. Do you stream microbiology on your stream there, Lord 2 Basil? So I noticed like your. I'm not looking at it now, but I noticed recently that there is a basil plant on your icon for your stream page there. Is there like some kind of funny background to that? Because the word Lord is in there too. So I'm like, what's up with this basil? So yeah. So let me find something else I have to be careful what I open here too. So there's why do I say that? Because I have like, you know, images that I don't want to Twitch to say, hey, like these SETI images, like some of them are, you know, meant for aliens, not for for Twitch, which is funny as heck, I think. But so yeah, the Planetary Society supports the search. It says I do amateur microscopy. I've not streamed yet. Yeah, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I want someday to do that, but I don't have like the equipment to do it. I have here on my desk a microscope, like a cheesy, you know, I guess it's like a kid's like entry level kind of microscope here. But I am interested in the subject, and sometimes I check stuff out under the microscope. But yeah, that's, you know, there's a guy that I have on my suggestions that also streams microscopy, and he like grows he grows he grows crystals, and then like plays music in the background. Oops, let me go to my channel here. Where's my very good. Yeah, it is fun, and you know, I'd like to do that someday. But I was thinking maybe I'll do it as a like a different channel where I do other things. So I'm not sure. Yeah, there's this guy, he does, oh, what's his name? I can't remember now. Let me open that up. I have to shout him out now because he's interesting. Let's go to following. Okay, I'm just going to open up my... See if he's here. He might be streaming right now. Let's see. One of the problems with following so many people is you got to scroll and scroll. But it's good, right? To have so many interesting people on Twitch. I think it's really, really healthy for us to be able to communicate with people, and I'm so lucky that I discovered Twitch along the way, because I'm much better for it because of it. So today I was watching someone live streaming from England, and I was just like, you know, I really, and the talented people that are on Twitch, myself, you know, I don't count myself in their league or anything like them, because they, but they're such brilliant musicians and artists and streamers, and wow, I cannot find, I just went through all of my, it's funny because sometimes, like, I try to raid out to people on Twitch too, and I can't find people that I know I'm following. It's like the weirdest thing. I don't know if you guys have ever had this, like, where people disappear off of your follow thing. Is that even a thing? Let me see. I cannot find this guy. It's crazy. Anyway, it's not OhmLab. It's somebody like him now. Oh well. I apologize, but yeah. Get back on the subject. That's what I'm gonna do. If we go back out and look at this page here. Where is it? I could tell you some. Oh, that window isn't open on stream. Let me get over there. OBS. Okay, there's something else I want to do here real quick. I'm going to my music player here. I'm going to wind down the music a little bit here. Let's see how it goes. Just keep it in the background a little bit mellower. Hold on. I don't know if that's still working or not. Okay, yeah, I see it there. Just going to tone it down a little bit. Let's see here. Got to slide this over. So, I could tell you guys some stories from SETICon a little bit later, but it was a conference where people came from all over the country. I spoke with Frank Drake, who's the creator of the famous Drake equation, and Seth Shostak. Let's see, who else did I talk to there? Oh yeah, Tim Russ from Star Trek was there. He played with the NASA Ames band, which is kind of surreal, I guess. And I was doing astronomy outreach at the conference. I had flown out there, and I brought a really small scope, and a local club was doing outreach. And the first night they had like this big banquet there, and I was outside, and the weather didn't cooperate, but I got to see a lot of people. And Tim Russ was there. He's an amateur astronomer too. He's Tuvok in Star Trek, and he also spoke at SETICon about his amateur astronomy experience, which interestingly, a few months ago, he also gave an astronomy talk to my astronomy club here in Central Florida, which I didn't arrange that. Somebody else did, but it's like a small world. I believe he's from California, but they posted that stream on YouTube. Hey Moohoodles, how's it going? So I can't hear alerts, excuse me, yet. I still have to work out alerts there, but yeah, welcome Moohoodles. Yeah, let's see. SETICon sounds like a nerdy good time. Oh yeah, yeah, it sure was. And yeah, so what else happened there? So I think I have a folder actually of that. Hold on a sec. So one of my favorite images, I spent a good chunk of today looking for it, and I couldn't find it. Oh, you have to get yourself a telescope soon. Yeah. Feel free to bounce the telescope off of me. I'll be happy to answer any questions. You know, like you could send me the link or send us the link in chat or whatever to evaluate it at some point. But yeah, once you find one that you think, oh, this might be good. So yeah, the SETICon was, do I have, I don't think I have it out here. So I used to be like one of the big supporters, you know, financial supporter, and by big, I mean, I was technically poor, but I used to donate money to the SETI Institute. I don't know if you can see this, but this pen, they used to give us this pen if you were like a supporter of them. And so I went out there, and there were a whole bunch of talks. It was over a couple days, and they had a SETICon 2, which I didn't go to, but I went to the first one, and I spoke with Frank Drake. Oh, you're welcome to Lord to Basil. Yeah. And what was interesting, and I do want to open up an image from that. Let me see if I can find it right away. Let's see. Was it this one? I'm just seeing some images that I can't post here, but where is it? Go up a folder, Jason. Okay, here. I will find these things. Up. Where is it? Pardon me for a second. I'm just, oh, here it is. Yay, I found it. So I still have the original Canon. So I'm going to show you some photos since you guys are interested in what happened at this conference. So it was a blast. So here is, now no one's ever seen these images. So you're the first people to ever see these images. So here is Frank Drake and Seth Shostak. Oh, hold on. What happened here? Too big. Hold on a second. So here are Frank Drake and Seth Shostak at SETICon. And Frank Drake is the creator of the famous Drake equation, and Seth Shostak's on the right. I got to speak with both of them, and in fact, Frank is a very affable, was a very nice person, and I saw him a couple times over this several-day period, and his wife and my wife are from the same country, so we hit it off, and I actually saw her more than I saw Frank chatting, but Frank... What's interesting about what Frank told me, I asked him specifically about the famous Arecibo message. That is this message that originally, some people described it as a publicity stunt, but it originally was aimed at a globular cluster called M13, which is 26,000 light years away. And so we're not expecting a reply soon. And so, Cornell University made, hey, how's it going? So yeah, let me just read chat for a second here. I read that the person who was killed in the implosion of sub was a major SETI donor. Yes, that's right. That's written on the SETI Institute website. Let me open that up for just a second here. Yeah, let's go to where is SETI.org? Okay, so here I have to promote this page here. Where is so just 1 second for this this story. I will get back to it, but someone had mentioned the passing of a SETI Institute contributor. So here you can see, ironically or tragically, this major supporter of the SETI Institute was killed along with his son on that submersible, and he's going to be missed by the SETI Institute greatly, and I wasn't going to get into that, but let me just pop it open so you can see here. That's him on the right, and Bill Diamond on the left has been the head of SETI Institute for quite a few years now. But yeah, it's a tragic happening. So they'll be mourning that for some time. Let me go back to. Okay, some of these things I won't get into, but let's see if we can. All good subjects to talk about at some point, but let's see. Just gonna look in the chat there. So Joe, I see you there. How's it going? And oh wait, I was looking at an 8-inch one, and you're looking to do just visual or look at the planets and the moon. Thanks, Miss Adventures. Yeah, that'll be a cool side chat there if you want to dialogue about it, and I'll chime in on it too. I'm just going to get back to what we were talking about. Where is it here? SETICon. So here it is, and let me bring in. So I just want to share a couple images from the conference. So we were saying that Frank Drake. Okay, yeah, cool. So that isn't a bad scope. The 8SE's okay, but you probably won't be doing imaging with it because of the type of mount that's on it. If you were interested in imaging, that may not be like the ideal scope, but I think Misadventures can perhaps comment on that one too. Oh yeah, mosquitoes are sometimes I feel like Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz, and they're going to carry me away. So I am going to open this 8SE. So yeah, so this next star, just a slight sidetrack here. This next star scope that you link to is on a mount that's not ideal for imaging. If you should want to do that at some point, so I just point that out real quick, and then let's see. Okay, so astrophotography and streaming, yeah. So you want something that is going to be more like an equatorial mount for the drive, and so I would recommend at a minimum doing what AstroCanuck is doing. I'm pretty sure you know AstroCanuck, and that's like his mount would be like the minimum I would do if you're serious about imaging. And I have this telescope and I really like it. Okay, you have the 8SE. Yeah, I would try photography with it. Yeah, so you can do like rudimentary imaging, but you may find that if you do live stacking, you'll be okay. But if you want to do like hours of imaging, then it won't be the right scope for you. It makes it very hard with that mount. You can do imaging, you can do stuff, but it's not going to be ideal for that. Back to SETICon. So let me show you. I'm not going to show you every image from SETICon. I'm just going to um, um, show you a couple of interesting ones that I saw there. Okay, so let's see which one of these. Let me get my view bigger here so I can. Oh yeah, before we were talking about Jill Tarter, and so I saw her there too. Actually, I was talking with her a number of times too, and they were doing, even though this is a while back, they were looking at doing an app that people could use for doing SETI from like phones and tablets, and they wanted me to help them with a certain aspect of that, and I was communicating with the guy after the conference for a short while on that, but then I got away from doing that for several reasons, but mostly because I felt like it wasn't going to be a thing. So let me go back out and open one or two more from the conference. So yeah, up on stage, I don't know which of these images is clearest, so I'm just going to open it. No, not that one. Let's see. It might be this one. Yeah, this one. So let me resize this down here. So up on stage, this is all of like the key people that were there at the time. So let's see. I got this for that purpose. The Canon Rebel T7. Oh, EOS Rebel T7. Oh, a lens kit. Let me take a look at that. Yeah. So another thing you might want to look into as far as cameras is there's an ASI 178 camera that will probably do. They're like $299 new, and you could get them used for like $190. An ASI 178 that will probably be more useful for astronomy if you want to do like have an entry level imaging camera. Let me get back over to my stream here, and so yeah, on the stage we had Frank Drake in the middle, Seth Shostak on the right, Jill Tarter next to him, and these other people who I won't get into their identities right now, but I know who they are, but they're not going to be relevant to the story. As you can see, like they had this like opening panel with luminaries that were at but there were a lot of people. I'll open one more, which was I don't know if anybody caught my asteroid stream recently, where I was talking about asteroid day is coming up on June 30th, and I might mention that at the end of the stream tonight too. But there was this guy, his name is Peter Jeniskins, and he was showing us an actual meteorite at the SETICon. Let me push this up there for you. And that fell in the desert, and he tracked this meteor, which is the photo behind him. He tracked he tracks meteors to the ground from space, and he had people go out searching for this meteorite, and you know, like we met a lot of interesting people at this conference. So yeah. Oh, there's no derailing. No, everything's cool. I'm like, one of the things you may recall is like, I'm interested in amateur astronomy and helping people to get into amateur astronomy. So I noticed that Misadventures um, was able to make comments, and I keep an eye on that. But I'll also, I looked at the telescope that here. I didn't put it on screen, but I looked at it just when you posted it, and that's why I commented. I'm good. I want to help people to get into astronomy. It's like my primary mission here on Twitch. In my view, like, my mission statement, so to speak, is to talk about astronomy, to help people get into astronomy, to make it easier for people to get into astronomy because of the financial barriers that can be there, that I experienced when I was younger, and even today. Like, I don't have, you see some amateurs have setups that are quite elaborate and pretty nice, in the tens of thousands of dollars. And I don't have a setup like that. I'm not jealous of them because I have too many telescopes already. So my wife won't even let me have more telescopes. But most of my scopes are like rescues. Like years ago, when you were able to find telescopes on Craigslist, I used to find them, and they were in bad, like, tough, horrible shape, and I would, fix them when I could, and so I ended up with too many telescopes, so to speak. And if you've tuned into my stream before, you've seen, let me just go to my page and show you my wife doesn't, by the way, my wife, has advised me that I shall not be adding any telescopes, and it's been a while too, so since I've added anything significant to what I do, but these are my telescopes in the driveway, some of them, and they're all kind of primitive telescopes, in the sense that, like, these are clock drive telescopes. One of these is computerized, of these two that are here, and then this one has, it's not motorized, but it does have a way to use a computer on it. It has a computer that I don't use, and these are all pretty, well, some of these are computerized, like this one, but they're primitive, like super primitive, not for imaging. And the Meade ones, so these two Meade refractors are good, but it took me 10 years to fix those. I had to go to a local hobby place, I think it was Michael's or Joann's, it's kind of a blur right now which one it was, because they're both so similar. And got the stuff. It's like this thin material called Cry-Cut, and the spacers in both of these. So these were Craigslist rescues. Both of them had the spacers were the wrong size between the two front optics, and matching that is virtually impossible. So, like, finding out what that thickness was and the correct one was, because they had stuff in there, but it was the wrong stuff. So eventually I found Cricut was half the thickness, so I stacked two of them and put, made three sets of two and set them in there. And now they're my favorite outreach telescopes. So when I go to parks and show people the sky, that's the easiest to transport, and a good and a decent view, a bright view. I could fit M81 and M82 galaxies in the single view in there, so that I like those two. The ones on the right, those are Newtonians that are this one here is very good planet scope, and this one, it has the best optics of all of these telescopes. This one has the best optics. It's a 1978 Criterion. And then here's how I used to image years ago, by using point and shoots and putting them on the telescope. And I was determined to make this method work for people who happened to have point and shoots when that was a thing. And so if you go to my this page, let me go drop it in chat. Let me paste that in there. The big newts too. A big boy somewhat fast. Yeah. The F5, that is a F5. The one above is this one on the right is a F5. Oh, you can't see my mouse. This one here is a F5. Yeah. So, but this one is a 12.5-inch that I restored, and you could see on the left like the tough state it was in. Let me move this up to the front here. Oh, there it is. Order, move to top. Okay, and then up and slide this over. Okay, so yeah, you can see on the left. Yeah, it was in tough shape, and that was another rescue where they threw it out in the garbage. It was by a dumpster, and the tube was, and the people at the storage place complained about these people putting it in the hallway of the storage place. So they were like, come here and get this, we know that you used to like telescopes years ago, come and get this. So I was like, yeah. And so, the strangest thing is I was very interested in this particular scope, but at the 10-inch, and a guy from Georgia stiffed me. Well, he said he was going to bring it down to Florida on a trip, and he didn't. And so I had been looking for this particular make of scope for years and years and years. I finally gave up. I was like, that's it. I can't do this anymore. And this guy, these people kindly remembered that I was an amateur. So they're like, yeah, we're getting rid of this. And I did a whole restoration on this, which let me see if I can pull it up. Cloudy Nights, and then Dynascope 12. I think yeah, so this is my thread over on Cloudy Nights. That's me at the beginning of COVID. So here I am. I rescued this. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see this. So this is over on cloudynights.com, which is a great website for if you're an amateur getting into astronomy. So we're doing a rabbit hole here. I realize, but I try to stay on topic, but sometimes it's fun to get diverted. So I've never described this on stream, this whole it says there's an old university set up on sale near me. Yeah. it probably would be worth going for, because usually universities ended up with excellent optics scopes. So if you ever see universities getting rid of stuff, look at, take it seriously, and also, keep in mind, like, size is oh, it's an antique mole. So yeah, early 90s. Okay, yeah, it's an antique mall. Okay, do you mean now? Oh, it's at an antique mall. Yeah, so watch out for, beware of, uh, what were they called? Pier 1 uh, antique. Oh, wait, I gotta let me get to my window here so you guys can see my gestures. Antique telescopes are, um, these skinny brass telescopes that are fake. They're fake. There's a lot of fake antique telescopes out there. And if you go to eBay, most of the antique telescopes are fake. So make sure, if you ever do see one, to contact me or somebody on cloudynights.com or an amateur club near you and ask, because there's a lot of junk out there. So, so yeah, this was by a dumpster in this photo. Oh, Unitron. No, that's a good scope. If it's that's a good telescope. So, it's a good refractor. If it's small, you may not, like, if it's a 60 millimeter, you know, even though it's a nice manufacturer, you're not going to see a lot with the 60 millimeter, no matter, how nice the scope is. So the aperture on the front of it is what matters. And Unitrons, they made 5-inch, and I don't know if they ever got to a 6-inch on that one. I don't remember. But yeah, always a good scope. And any Japanese, refractor is 108. Oh, okay, yeah, 108 millimeters. Wow, that is a nice. Yeah, so Japanese optics, the eyepieces were usually not so good back then, but the optics, the front optics, are excellent. And people used to malign them years ago as supermarket telescopes, but the optics on the front were almost always very good, and they had good quality control. So their industry was very determined to have strict and good quality control. So yeah, I had 2 other smaller finder scopes. Yeah. So anyway, you can see how tough the scope was here. I'm going to make this a little bigger. You can see how tough this thing was, and let me. Move this to the top. It was oxidized. They left it in a field. It was like crazy what happened. Looking down the business end here, you could see how the secondary was in there. And I'm going to fly through this real quick, because we're going to get back to SETI in a few seconds. But this was made in Hartford, Connecticut. Look at the finder here. It was completely rusted, like stock. They literally left us in an open field. It was like crazy. It was actually a rich family, which I can't mention their name, from South Florida, abandoned it, and a rich Saudi bought the property and sold this, sold the scope off to somebody that eventually gave it to me, but it was in tough shape. So you can see this is rusted, stuck. Look at how well the finder scope looks. Look at those quality optics. It's got a little bug, dead bug in there. So, yeah, and look at the bottom. It's just like, like how could, why even bother, right? Like it's that far gone. But let's fly through here. I am going to go much faster. So looking down the eyepiece, you're like, oh, okay, well, that's not bad. I can see the mirror, and, it's not so bad. So here I get to work on fixing this thing, and you can see it's literally stuck. Like, this is rusted stuck. And luckily, inside, this is brass. So I'm going to show you. I start cleaning it up. I get to where it's free. I'm like, yay, it's free. And now I'm working on it. Now there's hope. I have hope here. And so I start removing the rust, get it down to like bare metal almost, like a good ways down. And this is the mirror, the bottom of the mirror, which left me optimistic, like, oh, maybe this could be good. Well, I got something good for imaging that has a sky portal system. Yeah. So it's usually a function of money for the mounts that you go for. And there are ways of tracking, like if you have a camera already, where if you want to just start with a camera, they have sky trackers for $299 that will allow a camera to track the sky like a telescope and let you do like wide field imaging of nebula and the sky if you want to try. So there's the mirror, and you can see it's 12 and a half inches there. And after cleaning it, I was like, oh, I think I can work with this. So you can see it's a 2-inch thick mirror. The green felt was okay inside. So I was like, oh, more optimistic signs. This paint survived here. So I'm like, okay, the only thing that survived was this mirror. And that's the most important part of the telescope. So, this is just a montage of my best images up to 2014. I was just responding to somebody. But let me fly through here. This is some other posts. So then I eventually got the mount, and it was heavy as can be. And I can't describe like what I went through to get it to my house, but it wasn't easy. It is ridiculously heavy. I almost crushed my feet with it. There you can see it's rusted like hell, and dynoscope. So I am going to fly. And here's the motor. It was all rusted, severely rusted. Rust, you got the picture. It's rust city everywhere. So we're moving along. There's the outer case housing of the motor, and 1-inch shaft. Was it 1.5-inch shaft? Excuse me. Now we're looking at the motor, and you can see like inside the motor, it looked like it was under the ocean. Yeah, right. It's wild. It looked like it was like, look at the corrosion here. I was like, can this possibly be saved? Like I had, like, I'm going to have to replace this. It's going to be impossible in some things. I'm not going to be able to save this scope. But I kept going anyway. And so this is the mount reunited with the thing. The car in back of that, by the way, was destroyed several weeks ago. Some guy rear-ended the car in back of the one in back of me and totaled all 3 cars. So that car may it rest in peace. I was injured in that accident, but I'm lucky to be here right now. So and I'm happy. I'm happy to be here. So so it's reunited with its tube for the first time, perhaps in many many years, and so here's the weights, the counterweights were like everything's oxidized, right? So this is that scope next to the R. So these are all from the same manufacturer. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I'm glad I'm okay too. It was scary as you don't know. So the story with that, I'm going with my son and my wife to my son's graduation, and the guy rear ends us and totals all three cars. I have to stay at the car accident. My son is standing there in his graduation gown, and my wife, and we're next to a very busy road here in Florida, and a friend of his is texting him, and he's like, oh, I think he wants a ride there or something. I'm not going to answer the text. And like 2 or 3 times he's trying to get through to him, and the guy's offering to give him a ride to graduation. So my son was the first #1 speaker at the graduation. He wasn't the #1 student. He ranked 8th in the school, but he was the first speaker at the graduation and stayed on stage for the whole duration of it. But he got there on time, and then another person was driving by the accident. He saw my wife. He's like, hey, I can't get into who he is. And he got her in there through security and all that, and she got in to see him on time, and I got to watch the videos of it, because it literally took hours for the Florida Highway Patrol to come to the scene. Hours. So, if you get in an accident here, even if you're only a few miles from the headquarters of that entity, you may experience delays. So anyway, that was my experience with that car in the prior image there, up here. That poor, it was a Toyota Camry. May it rest in peace. It served us well. So that is a big boy, and that's a 12.5 inch. This is an 8 inch here, and this is a 6 inch here, all from the same company, Criterion. So you can see I was interested in Criterions before, which is kind of a rare scope in astronomy anyway. And then out of the blue, somebody called me to donate this one to me. I mean, what are the odds? Like, it's impossible odds of this very scope that nobody in the world knew except for the guy who from Georgia who didn't bring the scope to me. Nobody on Earth knew that I wanted this exact scope. Nobody. And these are all scopes from the 70s. So like most modern astronomers don't even know what these are. So and earlier than the 70s. But anyway, so I like synchronicities in the universe are so cool, because that thing that happened to me with this scope, like those kind of impossible odds to me, that is like mind-blowingly impossible, is like the universe has this aspect to it of synchronicities, and that seem to be beyond luck. Like the odds are just impossible kind of odds. So I think that's a cool thing about the universe. And so let me move forward here. So this motor cleaned up better. As you can see, it started cleaning up, and you can see down in the gears here, all that deep submariner look that it had came off, and here it is in another angle, and the light's working from years ago. It's not, by the way, it's not a normal incandescent bulb. I don't remember what it is, but it's like phosphorescent or something. It's a strange piece there, and we'll get to the very end here. I'll speed up. This before that lens that had all the dust and the bugs stuck in it. Well, that's how it looked underneath that, And you could see that they actually coded the optics. And this is a Japanese, it turns out this is a Japanese finder scope that was on here. So this is it before, and this is it after. so so yeah, it was it came out well. The tube, the original paint, literally was so bad that I was able to take water and a very light brush and just brush it off without any chemicals, without any any harsh chemicals, and that's how it came out. The glossiness above it's still wet with water, and below it's dry, and I thought it looked so cool. I should have probably just spray painted it with clear coat, and because I think that pattern looks like so awesome. But I thought about it for a long time, and I was like, I'm probably gonna have to give it a real paint job. So this was before, you saw this before, and this is after uh, in this rescue operation. So you see I've gotten everything off, all of the rust. It says, so it was wood. No, it looks like wood, right? It, it, it looks like wood, but it's, what's it called? It's not fiberglass. It's a phenolic tube. So phenolic, it's a kind of plastic, but this like rigid, it is so lightweight. Before you saw those three scopes next to each other, the smallest one, the 6-inch, I can hold it in my hand out like this, the tube with the mirror in it, in just one hand. That's how light it is. It is extremely light, like feather light, lighter than fiberglass. It is amazing. Phenolic tubes are, and they get to ambient temperatures so quickly that it's a lost technology that they need to rediscover this again because it's really good. So anyway, yeah, you could see these people recommended me this stuff called evaporust. And so I soaked it in there. And so it brought it from, so I did remove some of the rust manually that you see here, but it got me to this, which was like awesome. And so I painted it, and then this was how it came afterward, which was really, I thought it came out really nice. And it's smooth. Like a lot of people malign the Criterion focusers, and rightly so, because they have these like micro focusers that they're used to. But if you know how to use it, it should be opposed to the counterweights. And so when you rotate the tube so that the counterweights are on one side and the eyepiece is on the opposite side of the tube, opposed to each other when you move the scope, it is a fantastic thing that could take any amount of weight. You could put any amount of weight on this focuser and still focus it, and which other focusers can't do. So they start slipping and can't they'll flex or whatever. But this one won't. So that's how that came out there, and then that's like the side by side before and after there of Submariner motor versus the final result, and the motor still worked. Interestingly, like I thought it was a goner. You look at it here, it's like, come on, this thing is not going to work. And somebody gave me a tip that there's a little window on this motor that you can look through and see if it's moving inside, and it wasn't. It was like stuck, and the housing was pinched where it's mounted in here. So I took it out, unpinched the housing, and put it back in there, and it worked. I was like, yes. And in fact, this mount is the most accurate mount that I have for tracking the sky, even though it got to this horrible state that it arrived at. It is the most accurate clock drive mount that I have, or any mount that I have, because I do have a couple computer mounts, but they suck. So this is how the base came out, after that, of that scope, which I was happy because it was like, I removed the rust from all of this stuff in a very continuous effort. And so yeah, there it is. That's the end result there, and probably the next page is like another angle of it, the end. And you can see the counterweights came out real nice and stuff. So yeah, so anyway, I'm going to close that stream out because that was a rabbit hole there. And we talked about some telescopes before. So yeah, I have a couple, but they're all kind of primitive. That's me there. Let me just move this out of the way here. Where is that? Is that a window capture, I think? Not that one. This one? Nope. This one. Okay. Window 2. Okay, I got it here. So, yeah, that's me. That I'm not a galaxy lord as far as galaxies are concerned. That's from a movie. So they're actually way better amateurs than I am in the world, like most of them are. But I just wanted to wear that shirt because I thought it was funny, like silly funny. But that's a really bad, corny movie that if you ever get a chance to check it out, it's bad in a funny way, like good bad, super corny. It's on Amazon, but I think they charge people for money for it now, which don't pay for it. We find a way to not pay for it, but see the trailer. The trailer is awesome. Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up here. This trailer, see this trailer. It's funny as hell. I'm not going to play it here because of rights, but if you want to see the best bad movie trailer ever by a bunch of kids making a movie, check that one out. Historically funny. So anyway, I can digress sometimes, kind of. So there we go. Back to SETICon. Let me make sure. We were showing Peter Jenniskins. I think I looked at all the images I want to from SETICon. Let me just make certain of that. Yeah, I think, what's this one? So there are a number of talks where Frank Drake and Seth Shostak, Jill Tarter, they all gave talks during the conference, and it was like a good place for people to like think about the subject, but they had one more after that, and then it was done, and I was lucky enough to be there. I think I want to like do a whole stream segment on this once I have some crazy good images from it that I want to share. That I gave a strong effort today, investing a lot of time looking for it, and I couldn't find it. It's got to be on one of my retired storage drives. So when I do find that someday, I'll do a stream on it because it's a lot of fun. Hey, Lord to Basil, what do we got? What does it say? Noted. Yes, there we go. And okay, So we were talking about the Allen Telescope Array before, and here there's a dedicated page. I saw it just now, so I'm like, hey, well, why don't we go over there and check it out? And these dishes, as you could see the scale of them, the idea was that this was the biggest commercially manufactured satellite dish available when these first came out. Um, my recollection is like they're 18 feet. I forget the size. I think it's 18 feet. And it turned out that they were actually turned out to be pretty expensive to build and buy. And so they did, set up this initial array, but they like I said before, they got to 48 and they couldn't do 350 350 of them. And you see here in the story, it talks about how Paul Allen from Microsoft donated more than $30 million, but they couldn't. With that money, they could only do 48. So I don't know if he died unhappy or not that they couldn't achieve their goal, but at least he helped out with the seed money at a time when they really needed it, the help, because they had hit the rocks pretty much. So let me just get back to what we were talking about. So let's talk about some contemporary stuff, because we talked a little about SETI history kind of stuff. Now there is Breakthrough Listen, which a billionaire, Yuri Milner, donated $100 million to the search back in 2015 to promote, the search for extraterrestrial intelligences, and that money has been used to fund searches both from the Green Bank Telescope here in the U.S. In West Virginia, and in Australia, the Parkes Telescope. I believe it's the Parkes, which was renamed to a new indigenous name that I don't remember what it is, because it just happened maybe a year or so ago. I can't remember what it is. We'll probably encounter it while we're on the stream tonight. But this Breakthrough Listen is actively funding SETI right now, and it was supposed to be for 10 years. So it started in 2015. This billionaire donated the money, and so it's already middle of 2023. So they've only got like a year and a half left of on that original funding. So they had a false alarm recently, which I did a video on it. Let me look that up here. And I won't play the video. I just want to point at it for reference in case you want to watch it sometime. Okay, so where is it? So here it is, BLC1, a message from space. So there I am. There was this radio dish. Let me maximize this so we can go through this. There was this signal that they thought might be coming from Proxima Centauri. So, okay. Oh, I see a poster. I gotta follow you on YouTube. Yeah, that's cool. And let's see. Some of their code for listening is open source, which I thought was really cool. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, so good comes from it, like the Starshot stuff or this. Yeah. So Starshot, yes, is an interesting project for those who aren't familiar with it. It's where they want to propel many, many, many very small probes at a significant fraction of the speed of light using laser pulses or energy pulses to fly by and send back images from planets that might be at Proxima Centauri or Alpha Centauri. And there's a little bit of controversy around whether or not they should do that, if depending on who you talk to. But the bottom lining it is, the idea was to do it within our lifetime, right? And by lifetime, I mean your lifetime, because my lifetime is winding down here. But for you guys, you might be able to see. For some of you, you may be able to see them actually pull this off. So that would be a pretty cool thing. And I would love to see images from Proxima Centauri's planets. That would be kind of cool. And I may, before time runs out, if we come up with even more novel methods of doing these things. But for the time being, yes, breakthrough coming. Yeah. So sorry, I was just rereading a message here. So one of the signals that they heard. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks, Moo. Yeah. So one of the signals that they recently had picked up, interestingly, was 3 times the deuterium natural frequency of deuterium. So some of you may have heard of the hydrogen spin flip frequency, where hydrogen, when it changes from one state to another, it emits a radio that's at 1420 megahertz. So a lot of SETI is based around that, but there's another frequency, deuterium, which is called heavy hydrogen, is another radio frequency that one can look at. And it just turned out that this particular one, the reason I went off on this video, and I don't make SETI videos, but this one I had to comment on because nobody was commenting on it. And so it turned out that, to summarize, it turned out to be RFI, radio human-made pulse. And I'm gonna kill my audio there and press play, because it would make for a good slideshow in the background while I'm talking. So this is the parks in the background, and what they were positing was that a signal could be coming from one of the planets around Proxima Centauri, and they were speculating, right? So here, I'm going to pause this video here because this is a good graphic. And let me minimize my window too. So there are windows out into the universe for SETI that are ideal for us to do the search at. And this particular thing that they heard through, that they detected through Parkes, through Breakthrough Listen, was around where you see this red, oh, let me do my mouse here, where you see this red arrow-ish in, oh, whoa, sorry about that. Let me go back there, pause. I shouldn't click. Right here, and so if you look down here, right, this spectrum of light, the visible light is here, right, in the electromagnetic spectrum. And then there are other windows of through the atmosphere that we can observe space signals from space in. And so here in this window here is where the Parkes radio telescope and other SETI is mostly conducted in here. There is optical SETI that is searching for laser pulses from space. There are a couple of projects that are doing that, but right now we're talking about the radio waves here, and oops, sorry about that. Let me just press play. So yeah, so they made a mistake. They came out with this paper, and it was kind of a false alarm, and I zoomed through it too quickly. Sorry about that. So my video is playing in the background, and I narrate the whole video, so I did come back to that paper during the video, but this particular paper was the one. Wait, correction. This was prior to them making the announcement that they did, and they like someone mentioned in chat, have made their data available online. So the data from this paper is like, you can go through the data and search for signals in the data yourself with software. So that was kind of a cool thing. Just give me a second here. I'm just looking at what's coming up on the videos here. So I'm just going to leave this playing in the background. So this is, but you may see a bunch of text and other images, and feel free to ask about them when they're going by. So let's see. So if another civilization wanted to send a signal purposefully, their atmosphere may be similar, and they would know what frequency to broadcast on. Well, that's another thing is, so if you put a transmitter in, this on the screen here, oops, let me pause it. I just missed it. So it was mentioned before that you could go through the data. So I mentioned it in the video. So talk about synchronicities, right? So here, you can go into their archive and check it out at your leisure, of course. So yeah, so the windows, if you put a transmitter in space, then you don't have any of these problems, right? These windows of visibility to certain frequencies. So there good arguments could be made that ETs might want to transmit from space. I would think that you might want, there are reasons you might want to do that. So these, by the way, just noting, these magazine covers were are real magazine covers from the early 20th century. Look at the dates: 1915, 1910. They're great covers. They're available free online. You can hunt them down. But um, um, like look at this UFO thing. This is in. I have to pause here for a second. What year was this one? This one is like, all of these are pre-1920 images. But I mean, look at these. It's like, the reason I added them to the video here is because they're just like so awesome. Like, look at this one. This is Electrical Experimenter magazine. It's probably like from 1915 or 19, like crazy. Yeah, some of these are, yeah, illustrations, Jupiter and the moon. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. I'm just reading chat. Late 1800s, obviously. Yeah. Well, some of them are early. Most of these are early 20th century. And they have concepts from later on. But look, here's 1915, and you see like the radio age is here, and I don't know. It's just like, when I saw all these, I thought they were, early Soviet artwork is pretty neat too. Yeah. I agree, definitely. So wait, that last one was like Admiral Munchausen. Hold on a second. Yeah, so this one is Munchausen on the moon signaling the Earth. So imagine, this is 1915. Like, this is during World War One. I like, blows my mind when I saw these. I had to include them in the video because they were just like it's sort of like on the SETI subject, in the sense of communicating with other worlds and speculating about ETs. And I just thought, like, this is 1915. How awesome is that? And then look, you could see the continents on the Earth. And Baron Munchausen is like a story series. I know that's famous, but I don't know anything about it. But this says Munchausen on the moon. So that's like one of those things that I put in the back of my head. Like, I have to track down this whole Baron Munchausen thing and see what that's all about. But yeah, we're probably going to be. It's okay. This is a related rabbit hole. So, now look at this, 1915. Now this looks like the 1960s as far as like Telstar technology, and I'm 100% sure that these images are from 1915 magazines. I'm 100% certain about it. It's not like some fake retro thing. These are real images from real magazines from this time. And this says Munchausen in his interstellar hovering, interstellar is what they called it, hovering over the moon. So here's this guy, like, they're talking about, this guy flying to the moon in this thing that looks very much like a 1960s Telstar satellite. This is amazing, I think. And then here they're showing these people inside. It's at war with the invisible, but that looks like a flying saucer, It's like, this is 1915-ish, this one. I'm not sure what the date was on it, but I know that I got these all from around that time period. Right? Whoa, right? Right? Serious, whoa. And look at this one. Illustrated World, December, 15 cents. This is during World War One. I mean, right? Isn't that amazing? Like, it blows my mind. He's got like the boob guns there, and right? Yeah, and the best part is you can get them on the internet for free. And like print them, right? Because they're out of copyright. So anybody can get these and like post them anywhere or put them on your screensaver or whatever. Yeah. It's awesome. But look at this, like this mechanical man. Like it's like I I love this stuff, man. So yeah, I had to stick that one in there because they were just like way. I would maybe not ahead of their time, but certainly like forward thinking. And that last one, like Stellar Express. Hold on. Sorry, I should pause these as soon as I see it because they go by so quickly. So here, formerly electrical experimenter. So this magazine that was electrical cigarette gun. Yeah, tanks have been invented. Yeah. Oh, let's see. I gotta go back here. I was wanting to type that, but I wasn't sure it was against chat rules. Oh yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I didn't lighten up the chat control bot. You know, I can't even say what I want to say about it, but um, um, as far as links, the links are free now. But yeah, so this magazine that was electrical experimenter covers we saw before became Science and Invention, and again, like just like wow, artwork for so far back, like it's like look at the end of the world, and like they show it in. Well, sorry. So I'm like pressing the thing on the left here. You can see my mouse down there. I just have to pause it as soon as it comes on here. So look at that. I mean, and by the way, the original images, because this is compressed on YouTube, this is like in crap, like degraded. I apologize because I wasn't even going to do this as a slideshow tonight. It's just, I got lucky here. So the full res ones online are like perfect scans of them when you do find them, and there's no compression looking artifacts in them. So yeah, seek them out because worth it. I think you could find them on like on Internet Archive. So look at this, 1912. This is 1912, and look at this alien dude in the background here. Let me see. Oh, I can't. Maybe I can make it bigger over here. I don't know. Hold on. This is window capture. Oops, I let it go. Sorry. Pause. And I will attempt to make this bigger. And begin. So I think this is still in frame. I hope it is. But look at that. That's crazy, right? Like, here's this guy coming in. Is obviously in a spaceship. Outside here. Oops. Pause. If I make that mistake again, I'm gonna... Okay. Pause. Okay. Obviously there's a space, he's in space, so I don't know like what kind of hatch he's coming from if he's in space, but like maybe his sleeping tube or something, not sure. But you can see this is a pretty cool spaceship for 1912. and then the alien dude's like got his Nosferatu kind of look to him, like space vampires. Or you know what he reminds me of? The what was it, Deep Space Nine, the Ferengi? He looks like a Ferengi. I just realized that, like, right? It's crazy. So yeah, so this is a good rabbit hole to be in, I think. Okay, and then here we got this. What year? Can anybody see the year? I can't see the year, but oh, let me lessen the size of this too. Is it this one or this one? Got a full screen my screen here. Let's move this. There we go. It is this one. Okay. Just so I'll have a little more control here. There we go. Just so you can get like the context of the cover here. Yep. So what year? I can't see the year on this one. It's the August issue of something. It's 25 cents though, which is getting steeper. So it's probably like, you know, in the 20s now instead of the teens. But here's this guy. It's like, what is he like? Oh wait, let me get back to stream because it's cool, right? That should be an emote, right? Odd feet, yeah. So look at this guy with like he's got a lightsaber, I mean, right? I mean, that's what it looks like. He's got some kind of beam tool that he's, you know, slicing this rock, and like look at the background too, like how this is, and they're calling it evolution on Mars. I mean, they were advanced in their thinking, right? Like this is less anthropomorphic than some of the no, I don't think the laser was around it. So what is this beam energy weapon? But didn't they have like in War of the Worlds, like some kind of beam weapon in War of the Worlds too? Like they imagined one. So elephant duck bug thing. Yeah. So how they arrived at that, you know, like at beam weapons, I don't know the history of that, but you got to give them credit for like moving away from regular thinking for sure. This guy's got my appreciation, considering the time that they lived in. Just amazing. And here's Scientific American with when it costs 10 cents to get that magazine. And this is what, 19... let me put on my glasses to read that. It's so small of a thing for me, sorry. 1915, March 20th, 1915 issue of Scientific American. And I thought that was a pretty cool looking thing, you know. Apparently, Mahoodles, I got one for you. Oh wait, let me go up and stream. Yeah, and yeah, right. This is like this is an Enceladus shot from, you know, from 1915. Like these kinds of things are just like so amazing to me. Yeah. There's a life on Europa, one that's wild. Yeah. Right, Mahoodles, right? Enceladus, right? It's amazing, just amazing stuff. So when I saw these, I was like, I put them in this video just because I had to like feel like I was sharing it with people. But it was like just like background filler while I was dialoguing about the breakthrough lists and speculations. And again, these people, they're interesting people to me. So let's see here. I'm just looking through my background here. Oh yeah, so that's like a rehash. over there. Yeah. So let me fix my window for this. Back to normal size-ish kind of stuff here. And as I mentioned before, in case anybody here doesn't know, let me get back into... So I haven't looked at my actual Twitch thing for a while here. So, okay, I'm back in there looking at what's going on. Oh, wow, I added 2 subscribers tonight, and I didn't even know it. Thank you, subscribers. Oh, Mahoodle, Lord Gifted Mahoodles, yay! And Gifted Misadventures, Lord to Basil, you rock. You are awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you very much for doing that. I greatly appreciate that immensely. Yeah, so let me go back over. So, you can see up above there, Carl Sagan is an emote on Twitch, and he's like one of the proponents of SETI. I blew the emote from Twitch up for that image. There's actually a better quality version of it out there, but it's on a publisher's website. So I figure I don't want to get struck, so I just used the Twitch the Twitch one just to blow it up because everybody has seen it before. So getting back to the SETI subject, let's let me see if I can you guys can check out that particular video if you want at your leisure. Let me resize that window. I'll drop a copy of that into chat there. Oh, let me read chat before I do that. Oh yeah, anytime. Really, thank you, Lord to Basil. That is awesome. I I don't have alerts like when I'm not on Twitch, and I have a bazillion windows open right now. You get caught up in other things, and I didn't see it, and I need to make an audio alert. So part of my research this week will be to so that it flashes in my face like somebody subscribe. By the way, was there any alert on the stream itself for like when you did the sub? Did it like give any indicator on the screen like so and so has just subscribed or okay, so yeah, let me just see. Yes, they added him during 2018 Science Week. It was great. Oh, for Carl Sagan, yeah. So that was every time I see him. So like when I do visit other streams, oh no, just in chat. Okay, but they did it announce in chat? I wonder, like so and so has just subscribed, because I didn't get the notification here if it did. In my chat, which would be interesting to know. But that's cool. When I go around to other people's streams, I sometimes use the Carl Sagan emote related to SETI or astronomy, or right now on my screen it's showing the Breakthrough Listen website, which I recommend people go there and check it out. And then again, that was the scope that they used for detecting. They use today even on the Breakthrough Listen project in the search. So that background thing you see there, this waterfall chart, I made this locally, but when SETI is doing searching through frequencies, they are looking for a pattern. Let me keep my hand in the view. Let me see if I can. Okay, you can see my mouse. Okay. So in here, they're looking for a signal in the noise. So up top, you can see. I made this one. I'm looking through a number, a bandwidth of frequencies, and it's cut up into bins of frequency size of hertz, and I'm looking for a line, a diagonal line to go through this waterfall chart that might indicate that ET was communicating with us. And this line, the reason that it's a diagonal line, instead of saying at one frequency, straight up and down, the reason it's drifting is because it's moving. ETs should be moving relative to us, even if they are trying to correct for that movement. We probably our Doppler motions, they're not going to be able to correct for ours perfectly. They shouldn't be able to. So we would see some signal drift in the frequency, and that would give us, if it were at Proxima Centauri and being beamed from a planet, it would give itself away right away. That we would know right away that it was from there, and where the planet was too, like how fast it was moving, how many kilometers per second it was moving, and it would give us so many details about the civilization itself. We wouldn't even know like what the message was. We would just know that that they're smart, that it's a technological signal, that their planet's moving at a certain speed, that the transmitter antenna is moving at a certain speed. We'll get so much just from getting any signal at all without deciphering like what its code was, or what they were trying to transmit to us. So I'm just zooming in on this image too. You can see my face was even lighting up. I'm getting too close to Proxima Centauri. I was looking at models of where Proxima b would be, which is one of the planets we think is orbiting around Proxima Centauri, and Proxima C is a hypothetical other one. So in this thing here, I'm just going to comment on it since it's up. I had looked in like some existing image surveys online to look at Proxima Centauri, and you can't even see it in some of these images. That's how many stars are in the field of view of when they were looking at Proxima Centauri. And look how many stars there are. It's crazy. That's the field of view that they were looking at. So there's so much junk there, so much there. Oh, let me pause this here. I'm going to make this bigger because this is a good one. So here, so there's this other organization called the SETI League, and they are amateurs who are also conducting the search for extraterrestrial civilizations, and we're going to touch on them for a minute or two, or a few minutes. And this chart talks about these natural frequencies in the SETI spectrum that SETI researchers think that perhaps ETs might try to signal us by placing a signal adjacent to or within a frequency range that is around these things. So you can see here, I want to attempt to open the original version of this by going to their website. So let me see if I can, because it's a better resolution. SETI League frequencies. Here we go. So this is the original thing here, and let me see if I can resize this in a way that would be beneficial. Can I see the bottom? Is the question. Oh, there it is. Come on. Yay. Let me go over to my page here. Pull this down. Okay, so here you can see these are protective frequency spectrum by treaty amongst the countries of the world, and they try to protect these radio frequencies so that we can see out into the universe with radio telescopes in those windows through the atmosphere that I was talking about before. So the one that you might have heard of is the water hole that SETI used to be conducted in. And that water hole is, okay, you can see my mouse now, is from hydrogen at 1420 megahertz, right? And so that's what hydrogen, when it flips its charge state, it emits a signal at 1420 megahertz, or 1.4 gigahertz, right? So as you can see, so the protected window of frequencies is here. Now, a lot of stuff like microwaves and other things have harmonic frequencies that can bleed into SETI spectrum windows and radio astronomy windows, and that's a problem. Like we detect a lot of cell phones and microwaves and a lot of false positives on all SETI projects. But back to this water hole, the hydrogen window is where the water hole begins at 14, here, and then it ends at the hydroxyl radicals up here. I believe the main SETI window was up to here, but I see hydroxyl does go to 1720. So it's probably somewhere in this range is where most of the SETI was done in the early days. And they figured, because water, they call it water hole because creatures meet at a water hole in the wild, and they figured, well, if water is like this fundamental building block of life, that perhaps they would try to transmit around this. And then it has been expanded in recent SETI searches to much higher in the gigahertz range, like in the teens for the gigahertz range. So like you see now the range goes from, hold on a second, from like here to like around here-ish, I think, somewhere around here, like some approximately, don't quote me on this, but roughly in this range here. And so you still have all this other frequency domain that is not explored. And and then the sensitivity is so weak. It is incredibly weak. Our ability to detect things is so weak that we cannot detect our leakage from even the nearest, like our leakage from, yeah. Oh, let me read the chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, so amateurs can detect the hydrogen, um, yes, um, and from our sun, yes, and Jupiter is also like a radio noisy in much lower frequencies. Um, um, I could go down a few rabbit holes there, but I will resist. I must resist. I must resist. So, what I would say is, I had done a search here in deuterium, near deuterium, years ago, and because I had equipment that could do that, so that's why you saw that waterfall plot before. Is, anybody now can do it, but the problem is the lack of sensitivity. So the SETI League, right, which I used to have a website. Don't go to it. It used to be SETIsociety.org, and my website actually became a SETI League superstar site years ago, and so they gave me the honor of being listed there, and they are a number of amateurs around the world who are doing SETI. One of the difficulties of that they encounter is the small size of their dishes, which are only 10 to 15 feet wide, and I believe like their limit of their ability is somewhere on the order of being able to detect the wow signal, which was a super strong level signal, but not much more sensitive than that. And they're up against tough odds, so to speak. I wish them well, and they have a conference called also, um, and they meet each other. I guess during COVID they probably have virtual ones. I haven't really looked into what they've been doing lately, but check out SETIsociety.org if you like. I'll copy that into chat too. So yeah, the Jupiter thing you mentioned, Jupiter ones are pretty cool. Yeah, there's Radio Jove that amateurs can used to be able to. I think they shut down the website. Let me see the Radio Jove, where anybody can listen to Jupiter, the radio waves from Jupiter. Radio Jove. I don't know if it still exists. Okay, so here's the NASA version of that. Copy. Oh yeah, there they are. So let me put this in chat too, because this is kind of cool. This is Radio Jove's website, and you can listen, like you can build this receiver and plot out in using free waterfall plot software, and literally get radio waves from Jupiter on this device. So check that out. It's kind of cool, and I'm happy to see that the NASA site is still up. It says kit orders. Looks like they good. So somebody picked up the ball here and started making kits again. That's great, because I saw like they had closed it for a while, and I'm very happy to see that it's back up again. So yay! So yeah, get your kits from them. I am not affiliated with them. um, yeah, so there you go. So yeah, if you wanted to get into amateur, uh, oh yeah, it's SDR. Yep, yep. Um, let's see, Moth, Elephant, Venus, Man cover is from August 1924. Cool. Yeah, yeah. See, I told you, it's like from way back. Um, before the Great Depression, right? In the Roaring 20s. Um, yeah. So my buddy who does astro, a mile from me, got his ham license. Yeah. So a lot of these SETI League people are ham radio operators. A good percentage of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And they're all around the world. And yeah, I would, and it's funny, it says SETI is a science, not simply a screensaver. So what's ironic, like this is, like this website hasn't been redesigned since like the late 90s or the early 2000s, like the early 2000s. And so, like I recognize some of these things that were here many, many years ago. So I don't know if the original founders are still alive, even like they were starting to get up there in time. But yeah, check it out. They're probably still kicking. I have to get back into it and look into it again. I know one of the related projects did discontinue for them, and SETI at home too. Also, it was running for many years, had very many false positives, and they couldn't follow up on it. I invested time, and it was the world's biggest distributed programming. They were doing like hundreds of teraflops of computations per second or something. It was crazy. They had like 90. I forget the numbers. It's been too long, but they do have a history of that online too, on Wikipedia, and even the SETI article on Wikipedia talks about it for a bit. But the end result was a nil result. So there are about 1,000 things that I did want to touch on tonight, but I'm gonna try to bring it home, so to speak, as far as the things that I had on my mind for this stream. Let me just make sure. I'm going to try to prompt myself with this page to see what I missed. So yeah, you all may have heard that the Arecibo telescope had collapsed, and I think that was probably due to some degree of either inability to operate it or negligence or both. But they let it collapse. So that was the United States' biggest radio telescope. China has a bigger one now, and which one of its missions is SETI. Like, it's a stated mission of the telescope. So it's called FAST. I don't think there's an image of it in here. Is it in here? Yeah, I don't see it in here. Excuse me. Let's see here. Serendip was another. Serendip was a a commensal survey thing where astronomers would do radio imaging of the sky, and then they had piggybacked onto it these receivers that could, be processed. The signals could be processed for looking for aliens, and then here they get into breakthrough through listen. So now we're getting it more into contemporary SETI, which is currently going on too. And then they talk about collaborating with TESS to look for signs of extra advanced life. So TESS is the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, and they're looking through the data for anomalies. So here you see they mentioned FAST, the 500-meter telescope in China, and they had reported possibly receiving signals, but somebody, Dan Werthimer, who's one of the Berkeley SETI guys who's running these other SETI products, said that it's due to RFI. So why it was left to him to say that, I really don't know. But the American SETI guy had to tell us that it's RFI. Go figure. So they get into optical, which is usually laser SETI, which a couple projects were done by Harvard and Princeton teamed up on one, and out west there was at the Luschner telescope and some other the Lick Observatory did one. I won't get into quantum communications because it's a speculation that can't be done yet, so there's no need to go down there. And let's see. Searching for artifacts in the solar system, we still haven't completed our surveys, except for locals as well. Sag, yeah. So looking for stuff, right? This is a possible, possibility, because the outer solar system has not been fully explored. There could be probes inside the asteroid belt, harvesting metals from the asteroid belt for these reproducing Bracewell probes that self-propagate throughout the universe. Speculated. There could be there's this lunar reconnaissance orbiter that orbits the moon and images high-resolution images of the moon. There could be a small either debris or actual probe, on the moon somewhere, and we just haven't seen it yet because we don't have the resolution to see it. It could be under the surface, right, standing by, so to speak, sort of like 2001, where the humans went there and dug it up, and it led them to the monolith. The monolith led them to Jupiter and Iapetus, which Arthur Clarke called Japetus. And I have an original, the original 2001 rough. I have the original book of that, and it's a rough. It must be like a rough cut editor's thing, because the pages are they're not smooth cut like a regular book. So it said Japetus instead of Iapetus, which I don't know how it's pronounced that, to be honest, but a moon of Jupiter was in 2001, and yeah, so we could have probes in solar system, and if it's a advanced civilizations probe, if they want to hide, they could hide. Like it's if you got a billion years head start on us, it's probably not hard to stealth yourself from the humans. So if they wanted to hide, they'd hide. But if they wanted to reveal themselves or make it easy for us to find them, we haven't looked everywhere yet. So it was like one of the solutions to the Fermi paradox is, our methods are insensitive to the distances that we're dealing with, and we need, not like they couldn't see us coming. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they heard us too, right? So there is stuff leaking off the Earth. So that if there is a probe in the solar system, it knows we're here. So, if they want to hide, they're going to hide. And if they want us to know they're here, then they'll make it somewhat easy for us to find, I would imagine. And if it's a passive thing that's like just parked on the moon, over millions of years, it's going to get covered with dust. But if it was after the late heavy bombardment, there's a chance it might still be on the surface somewhere. Who knows? And so that's like a thing, right? Looking for artifacts, looking for Dyson swarms around planets, stars, excuse me, not around planets. Looking for techno signatures of, type 2 or type 3 civilizations, kind of thing. These are all other options for SETI that bottom lining it, we don't have the sensitivity. A lot of people cannot, and I didn't, for a long time, wrap their heads around how big space is. That, before I mentioned that we could not detect Earth leakage signals from Alpha and Proxima Centauri, we could not detect them from beyond a light year. So, and Alpha Centauri is like 4 point something light years. We can, so, our ability to see stuff, relative to the Drake equation, is we just don't have what it takes to detect our kind of transmissions. We could detect an Arecibo type message over a number of light years if it's purposefully directed at us, and the powers would have to be on the gigawatt scale to do. But as Marty would have said, gigawatts. It would have to be at levels of transmission that we have never ever done. So there's that, right? And someone mentioned in chat earlier the duration of transmission. We've only been transmitting just over 100 years, like leak and stuff. So anything beyond that, they didn't hear us, right? They probably saw our chemistry, of life in the atmosphere from, volatiles that are not long-lived, that come from life. But, so 100 years, right, is our light sphere, our radiosphere away from us. So, the universe is, so the galaxy is over 100,000 light years wide. So 100 light years is like, it's so close. And, civilizations, when I had spoken with Frank Drake, and also, like thinking about his estimate on the Drake equation, like, people wonder, like, well, what's Frank Drake's Drake equation number? And for those who don't know what the Drake equation is, let me just, I just use Wikipedia all the time. It's way in the hell faster. So that's Frank Drake, by the way. Like I said, affable, very nice guy. You wouldn't know it from the photo, but he's a very, very gentle person. And what he proposed was this idea of how to think about life in the universe. And it was at a conference that this came up, at Arecibo, I believe. It's my recollection. And he, came up with this idea of trying to figure out, how a way of thinking, wrapping our heads around the numbers. And so you can never arrive at the answer to the Drake equation unless you have all the variables. So you cannot, its predictive ability is very limited, in the sense that, like, you can put numbers in and get a certain result, but until you actually have the survey sample to plug the numbers in, you can't know. Like, the big one is, how long does a transmitting civilization last, right? And there are a lot of arguments for why, valid arguments for why that period is probably, like, either short or non-existent at all, right? Because we're already, like, not using certain frequencies and spectrum that we used to use in the 20th century. And so we're becoming more invisible to the universe than we were in the 20th century because of spread spectrum and lower energy transmissions, TV converted to digital transmissions, much lower power levels too. So the leakage is much, much lower now than it was. And so if ET wasn't listening in that time span and started listening, around now or before the 20th century, now forward, and of course allowing for time for it to travel through space. By now, I mean there now, after our stuff travels, they're not going to hear us. They're not going to, like, we're getting less and less visible. So radio SETI is really limited to purposeful communications at us, for us, on purpose. Like, it's directed. They're going to be more energy efficient. It's true. SETI, if we get a signal, it's on purpose and meant for it to be detected. It could be a beacon or some other purposeful, like, thing. They're not going to accidentally communicate with us, and we're not going to accidentally receive it either, because we have to make an effort to try to find it. So so this, the Drake equation has these factors in it that you can see on your screen. So it says maybe you could see a nuclear war, which might be the last thing we see from them. Yeah. So even then, like, it's so brief, right? Like, if you have a nuclear war, gamma rays or whatever, it's so brief, and even the nuclear cloud, like, relative to the age of the universe, it's such a small amount of time that, our ET's going to be watching us 24/7 for billions of years. It's like unlikely. It's unlikely. So it would seem. So who knows? Maybe they have, once you get to a technological level where you have AIs doing everything and you've got all this spare capacity, you might assign a technology division of AIs to focusing on detecting life on every planet, right? Maybe to eradicate it, or maybe, or just for scientific purposes. But, whatever good or bad intentions, it's technologically possible that they could do it. But again, it comes back to why would they want to do it? And, there are lots of reasons, as you can see. I list a bunch of them in that free book that I posted before. If anybody's interested in it, I'll post the link again. I don't know if it's here. It is here. Let me just post it here. This is my free book out there, and it's called the SETI Game, and let me see if do I have that page open? I don't. Okay. So let me open that up. Anyway, we won't go back to my book. Just if you want, check out the SETI Game. It's free, and I get into not only just rationales, but different methods, like different communication pathways that a civilization might want to use, and the difficulties of the timing and the distance, and so yeah, Frank Drake's number, to bottom line, it was 10,000. So he thought that there could be around 10,000 civilizations in the actively communicating in the Milky Way galaxy right now. So if you went with that number, and I'm not saying that there's any reason to, but if one did use that number, it would mean that the nearest civilizations to us would be greater than 1,000 light years. So in some cases much greater, right? Because they're not going to be exactly spaced around. They're going to be dispersed all over the place. So 1,000 light years, right? Like, our best SETI efforts so far could only detect our searches are very focused on the nearest stars right now, and I'm sorry, Misadventures. What did you think was depressing? That there are 10,000 civilizations, or that's a small number, maybe? I don't know, but yeah. So a lot of people don't I didn't, when I first heard these numbers, I didn't understand how hard it is to send a signal over 1,000 light years away. It is very, very hard. You need immense amounts of energy to do that. And then the other thing is, know that there could be 10,000 and we still couldn't talk. Yeah, well, um, yeah. Um, so that was his number, right? And if like after I spoke with him about it, and after he's like confirmed that was his number, and then new data came out about the prevalence of exoplanets and chemistry in the universe being uh, in it, like supportive of this idea of there being the possibility of life. He like this number, because of these distances, it really means that we couldn't find them. Is the bottom line. Like we can't find them with the methods that we have now. So um, um, if they were purposefully trying to, so we're trying, and with what we're working with what we have, and breakthrough listens using some of the biggest scopes in the world. The ATA, the Allen Telescope Array, has these 48 dishes working, or 42, depending on. I think I saw 48 once, but let's look that up. I don't want to be misquoted here. Yeah, 42. It's 42. So, 42. So, interesting number, isn't it? So, yeah. So, what, and you can see Frank Drake, first conceived of by SETI pioneer Frank Drake. Here, you can see it there. Right here. So you see how these are all related, right? That there are key people in SETI that have been driving this. Frank Drake is considered by some as being the father of SETI. He died, but he was like one of the people that really guided where they were going. And this Drake equation business, oops, let me resize that. Yeah, so 10,000 translates into that we're not at the level of sensitivity that we need to be. So, yeah, it is underfunded. It's considered fringe science by some astronomers, and some people would, like, if you get into the controversy, well, not controversy, but the criticism, right? So there's a criticism aspect to it, which, in science we love criticism because it helps us not to waste time on baloney. And some people might disagree with that, but whatever. So it's it's science, right? And we need this sci-fights, I call it. We need conflict in science to move things forward. It's that we can disprove people when they have bad concepts, or just mistaken perspectives of things, or just to enlighten us about new facets of the universe. So, if we look at some of these criticisms, the testability of SETI, like falsification, is like one of these foundations of science that it becomes at odds with the SETI mission, because the ocean is big, and like Jill Tarter said, we've sampled it's like sampling a glass of water out of the ocean. We can't prove that sharks exist with a glass of water. so that's the scale. Like, people, the size of the search space, not just in the frequencies but in the actual space, is there. You may have heard there's more planets than grains of sand on all the beaches and deserts of the Earth. It's like we're looking for, so imagine all the beaches and deserts of the Earth, right? And then taking 10,000 strobing flashlights and throwing them randomly out onto all those beaches and deserts of the Earth, and then being stuck on Mount Everest and trying to detect those. And now you're kind of getting a sense of and you're a speck of sand on Mount Everest. That's what we're looking at, like this immense search space that I couldn't wrap my head around it for many years, and I was an amateur astronomer. And once I saw that the signal's strength of things, like how, because of the inverse square law, how weak the signals get every time you double the distance, is like, this is a hard problem. It's like really hard. So let's see. Imagine a civilization did decide to purposefully send messages. Possible almost every star has greater than one planet that can have life. There are 100 to 200 billion stars in our galaxy, much less the other 200 billion galaxies. So guess what? I have an update for you on the number of galaxies in the visible universe. So you can change your number. It's now 2 trillion. So let's look it up, because I don't want to be wrong here, but I should ask Bing Chat for the fun of it. Let's see. Wait a second. Well, I don't have the Edge browser open. I'm not going to do that. So So this one says 200 on space.com, but there's been an update. Space.com is wrong. Okay, hold on a second. So yeah, so here it says this led to an observable universe containing about 200 billion galaxies, which is consistent with what you were saying, right? Um, but here, yeah, like I'm glad that I tracked down references, right? So let me drop this in link in chat here. It's a lengthy link there. Sorry about that, but so this article talks about 10 times more, right? So yeah, that is 2 trillion, right? So 200 billion times 10 is 2 trillion, right? No. 200, right? Let's see here. Yeah. So the two you before no. So wait, let's back it up here. So yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said yeah. The two. I was talking about the 200 billion other galaxies. So there, it's not 200 billion galaxies. It's 2 trillion galaxies. 2 trillion galaxies. So, multiply that times, let's say each galaxy has 100 billion stars in it, just for argument's sake. So many don't, right? Many have less. And our galaxy, the estimate has been around, 100 billion to 400 billion, depending on who you ask. A lot of people will say 400 billion. If you talk to people who are very focused on it. But the Andromeda Galaxy, which is the next nearest large galaxy to us, is 1 trillion stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. So, if we get into like how many stars are in the universe, it's like 10 to the 46. I forget the number. Let me look it up. Why not? Why? The universe. Okay. Basics. Okay. So they're saying it could take so 1 septillion stars, which is but I think that is also an underestimate. But let's go with what NASA's saying here. So here you can see that I believe is wrong. And I'll tell you why. So just give me a second because I'm going to verify that. And I can, it's actually a fool's game to double guess NASA because they're often 99.9999% right. But let me take a look. I'm going to go look that up. Just give me a second. Give me a second because it's taking a moment here. Yeah. So yeah, another resource I looked at seems to agree. So that's one with 24 zeros after it, the NASA one, and another reference I looked at seems to be calling that as a reference. So I'm going to trust NASA this time. I'm joking, but they're almost always right. That's why it's like it's foolhardy to. But in case the page was old, that's the reason I was checking it. So anyway, 1 septillion. Okay, so 1 septillion. If there's one planet around each of those systems, and see again, they're being conservative here because look at they're calling the Milky Way 100 billion stars, right? I'm certain that there are a number of people who would argue that it's 400 billion. So if you up the number by 4 times, now you're getting into really high numbers. But why belabor it? We know it's a big thing out there, right? The distances is what's like what I found hard to comprehend, and what a lot of people don't they don't understand how hard this like we have the Fermi paradox as a question. I don't like there's so many arguments for why we might not have detected them, that it's really not a paradox to me. It's because it's not provable. Like you can't rule out anything, right? That's the problem with the Fermi paradox, is you can't say, oh well, we've searched and we didn't find anything. No, you haven't searched. That's the argument should be made that you've not looked enough. The search space, which I used to have a diagram of it, which would broke down the spectrum that has been examined, and the distances of our sensitivity, the sphere that we could detect ETs, and it is an insignificant fraction of the Milky Way. It's really small, and like we don't see any Type 3 civilizations where they're terraforming the moon or something, but or the whole galaxy, which is what a Type 3 could do. We don't see any evidence for any of that stuff. So there are no super civilizations like knocking down a door, so to speak. So I'm not going to go over all the Fermi paradox arguments of why they aren't here yet, or why we can't see them, because we should have seen them already, per this argument that was brought up during a statement during a conference, and by Enrico Fermi. They do talk about the Drake equation here, but like I said, you cannot know the final factors about the longevity of a civilization, or the average longevity of a civilization. You can't know that until you have a sample of a survey of all of civilizations and how long they last, right? You can't know that. It's like you have to have the answer first. So the Drake equation is not answerable, as it's not a mathematical equation. It's a way of thinking about the this question. And if one looks up the average lifespan of a species on Earth, I believe it's 10 million years or 2 million years. Let me look that up. It's not long on the cosmic time scale. Yeah, so background extinction rate is probably... Okay, so yeah, here it is. So if we look at... Oops. How long the average species on Earth lives, right? Let me just... Hey, Muhoodles, I love to see that image if you can find it anywhere. Of what? I'll be glad to get it. Are you talking about the frequency domain of signals and search space, or of what we're looking at now? Let's see here. I got to go up and chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, trillions of potential targets in our neighborhood. Have a narrow window for anything to be detectable, and then amount of energy required if you want to beam a message. So we're talking gigawatts, gigawatts of energy, and no Dyson spheres. So the old concept of a Dyson sphere is kind of, not like, we don't think of them that way anymore, because like the technological problems related to it are probably not surmountable. But a sphere of orbiting objects that are capturing the energy of the star is possible, if they're orbiting. But a singular Dyson sphere that's trapped a star is, so far as we know, like, that is an almost impossible engineering problem. So it's much easier to have a swarm of many satellites around. And let's see, Mahoodles, let me get down there. On what we're looking at now. Yeah. So the frequency of the search space, what the SETI surveyed, right? Yeah. I see you. Don't worry. I see you, Mahoodles. Yeah. It seemed like a lot when I heard the concept. Yeah. So swarm. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a search for that in a minute. So I used to have that locally on a drive, and I'm not sure if I have that anymore. I might have it in another reference. If not, we'll do a quick search online. But I know the one that I want to see. Before we go to that, this lifespan of any species, right, is, as you can see here, for mammals, it's 1 million years, right? And so we're in that group, right? For mammals, right, is 1 million years. is the average lifespan of a civilization. So when you think about that, even, and you plug that number into the Drake equation, right? That's a long time. It's a significant amount of time, but relative to the age of the universe, it is a minute amount of time. So us overlapping in time, like as humans, right? With another civilization contemporaneously. So if it was 10,000 civilizations over the lifespan of the universe, then we wouldn't find each other at all. But if there were 10,000 transmitting right now, which again, there are a lot of arguments for why there wouldn't be 10,000 transmitting at us, right? Many arguments why they might not be doing that, but you get the point here that we're not going to be around a long time. They're not going to be around a long time on the relative to 13.9 billion years, right? They're like an ember on a fire. They just fade away, and we'll never find them. So that's like one of the Fermi related idea, and the Drake equation things is that they may not be around. So there's the great filter, right? Where there are a lot of reasons, by the way, that there can be a great filter, but that life never got, and then the rare Earth hypothesis, which I have to be careful what I say with the next things I say, but I am aware of influence on the people who wrote the original idea of that, who were religionists. So their perspective may have been biased, in my personal opinion. So to avoid any litigation there, my opinion. I've seen firsthand that they were probably influenced in that way. So there were biases. Yeah. So let me there is a graphic out there, and it may be on the SETI Institute website first before I go digging too far. Okay, so here, Paul Schuch, he's Dr. SETI. Let's see. Yeah, this was a while ago. It's funny to see the font. The font style too is so late 1990s even. But that's where they come from. That's like the progenitor, the creators of the SETI League were these ham radio operators from the 90s. So hold on a second. I am trying to remember where I saw this. Same thing there. let me do the SETI search space. Let's see here. By the way, those, you know, it comes to mind, the SETI League antennas and receivers are too noisy, by the way, this is another personal opinion, are too noisy to find, you know, like to pick out of the noise, an ET transmitting from far away. It's not, you know, if you understand noise and like they have to pull it out of, the noise is way louder than what their sensitivity is, so they basically they can't do it. It's a bold effort, but in my opinion, they're not going to succeed. I wish them well. Like I said, I was a SETI League Superstar website when I was doing that. But okay, so I don't see it in the images here. Let's see. I'm just gonna do. I used to have a graphic saved for that, so. I don't see it. I've reached the bottom. Oh, there it is. Oh, what's this? Yeah, so there was this time frequency domain thing. It was like that, the one I just saw, but that one was for a different. Sorry, everybody. I just. I must find this. Okay, I don't see it. Let me go into my SETI folders here and try to find it real quick. AstronomyShow, SETI Show. Okay. I also might have had this in my book years ago, but pardon me while I keep searching here. here. I'm just opening windows, opening images, zillions of images. What will people do in the future when information is just so overwhelming that you can't find anything? Oh wait, what's this? Just a few more folders here. No. Found some other frequency domain stuff, but not that one. So I'm going to throw in the towel because it's not coming up right away. And I'll make you a promise on a future stream, or I'll even come over to your stream, Moohoodles. When I do find the image, I'll share a link to it and make sure that you get a copy of it. Hold on a second. Let me just close that. I got like a bazillion windows open here. Hold on a second. There we are. So sorry for everybody for the delay. Let's see. I found one that showed a plot by object type. No wonder I stopped having cons. They all got so depressed. Or as if you can't find it, by the way. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So I'm not worried. What I'll do is when I do find it, because I will find it, I'll share it, and everybody will be able to see it. So let me take care of something here. Just going to close this window for a second. Open. There is one thing I can do here, and that is skim through to see if I have that in my book. Okay, I surrender. I surrender. So let's I guess I should wind it up is what I should do. Let me reopen this window again and make sure that I finish talking about the criticisms. So yeah, there were a lot of criticisms about it. One of it being that like it's not falsifiable in a scientific sense, and it all comes down to, if we don't look, then we're not going to find them. so if they are transmitting, and there are a lot of good reasons why they might not be transmitting, but it all comes down to, if you don't look, you're not going to find them. So the benefits of finding a civilization are pretty obvious, but they could, be so worth the risk. And a negative result is also telling us that ETs are either hiding, or they're not prevalent, or that we're the first on the scene, which seems kind of improbable to us, because if life is a process of chemistry, and we see the chemistry everywhere else in the universe, methane, ammonia, all kinds, carbon, water, everywhere. It's like everywhere. So like all these early arguments against SETI, which were decades ago, and even like we didn't have, and I remember this coming up about exoplanets. We didn't, in the 80s, right? We didn't know for certain that there were any exoplanets. It was all speculation. And in the 90s, when we started detecting them with Doppler, with actually a pulsar was Pulsar Planet was the first one seen, and then later on we were detecting the shifting of the star back and forth from the planet, and then we got the transit method where we detected the dimming of the stars. We didn't know before then, and I remember arguing with some guy on Usenet like decades ago, and he was like, "Oh, we thought that there were planets out there." No, we didn't. Like, people, there were scientists who were mocked in the 80s for making any kind of emphatic statements about planets. It was not in the realm. So now we know, like, if Carl Sagan knew what we knew now, I wish he lived long enough to see, like, he knew, right? He knew. But to have seen the confirmation of, like all of us today, of, from the Kepler mission of the, thousands of exoplanets now. What is it? Exoplanet. What's the NASA one? The exoplanet NASA page. Here it is. So you see the counter going up there, 5,445 confirmed, and there are candidates, right? So there are thousands more candidates of these things, and we didn't know we didn't know about these back then. So now we know for sure that there are exoplanets. We know for sure that this chemistry is everywhere. And let me look at chat real quick. Let's see. URLs allowed? Yes, URLs are allowed. I activated it, so URLs are cool. If you weren't able to, let me know. Okay, so let's see. From Cambridge, yeah. So there was a thing that came out. I'm going to click the Cambridge thing myself and just check it out. Yeah. So let's see. Deck and pulsars, stars, galaxies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I do see that on a different screen that's not showing here, but I've seen a different one than this. And so yeah, what I would say that is in agreement with that is um, that a lot of the surveys are from the northern hemisphere, which cannot see a lot of the southern hemisphere uh, things. So, you know, we have like the amount of sky that's been looked at is limited. SETI at home only looked at 20 something percent of the sky, you know, 3 times with the survey. So it's a very, and that was like, they looked at billions of objects, you know, of, of, of hits that they had. There were a lot of them were false hits, but um, um, yeah. So let me make sure I'm looking at chat again. So yeah, so article with a different few graphs. Yeah. So there's a different one. Okay, let me check that out. Apparently his only target listens not and that's the other thing is targeted was very much smaller of a universe even, right? So yeah, I see that second link there. So the all sky surveys, or the broad sky surveys, because like I said, the if you know these telescopes are in the northern hemisphere, a lot of them, so they can't see a good percentage of the sky from that can be seen in the southern hemisphere. And you know, it's a big search space, like we were saying. Hold on, let me get back to chat. Okay, so yeah, so let me open. Okay, just wanted to see what you guys are saying. So yeah, so you see the planet count there is 5445 confirmed, and let's go and see what they pull up here. They have the breakdown of the planets. So the reason that these bigger ones are here too is because our sensitivity is limited to the smaller ones. So there's a bias in the data to finding larger ones, and the distribution is probably higher on the low end. So they're, you know, in reality, there are many more. As you get smaller, there are more. So, you know, that's just a fault of our sensitivity. So anyway, as you can see, like in this is only the beginning. These, when Kepler Space Telescope looked at a one swath of sky and stared at stars constantly, they detected the dimming of these stars from the planets, and so right away you're limited to those planets that are in the plane of blocking the star. So that's only about 10% of the planets are going to be detectable by that method, and it could be a smaller number than that. So you know, we have only just begun, and there is going to be a lot of real estate. This estimate of one planet per star. If you go by the Kepler survey, it's actually will end up being a bigger number if you extrapolate um, the weaknesses of the method being used. And we're probably looking at a planet for every star, but probably more. Probably more. Yeah, so let me wrap it up here, because for me it's 1:10 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I definitely want to talk about this subject again in the future, because I have experienced a lot of things related to this. I'm thinking about it now. Like I haven't even touched on like most of the subjects that I wrote about in my book. I haven't even touched on, and there have been developments since 2013 when I wrote that book that have come along that are fascinating to talk about by themselves. But I do want to also be more on the next talk. The next time I do talk on the subject, I want to talk about modern efforts, like current contemporary efforts. I do know something about those too, and then I'm going to look for a bunch of images of historical stuff too, and then that I have on a drive somewhere else. And and then I want to remind everybody that Asteroid Day is coming up on June 30th. So make sure that you, if you do outreach at all, to pass around the information that day is, upon us, and it's to increase awareness of the dangers of asteroids, and how we need to, as a science, as for humans to try to survive for more than 1 million years, is to sponsor or help or share information about asteroids awareness, about programs, that scientific programs that are investigating this subject, and the things you can do. Right, you can plan an event for increasing awareness. If you go here, I haven't done this tonight or in quite a while actually. So here on this map, they're showing where events are, and I would say that it's sad that the United States is not well represented here. Like you can see elsewhere in the world, we got Japan, Malaysia, India's like rocking it, right? And Europe, look, these guys in Europe have got every country's got, except for Portugal. And what happened in Norway? My grandfather's Norwegian. Dude, it's Norway. Help us out here. Is it Sweden and Norway? Are you guys sleeping up there or what? Get with the program. And of course, the United States does not show anything, right? Look at this. There's literally nothing in the U.S. This is Canada. This is Mexico. This is over the border. And shame on America. Just for this, I am going to put a dot on this map because this is just too embarrassing. I am embarrassed, but I will make. We are the change that we want things to be. Right? It's up to us And let me go back to chat. I'm sorry I got into a monologue there, but wow, more in Africa than the U.S. Yeah, it's pretty sad, right? Um, but yeah, maybe their event thing is broken. I don't know, man. It's like let me let me click on country and see if the United. I just have to know. There it is, right there. Let's see. It may be searching for. Oh, okay. Look at that. When you punch in U.S. directly. Oh, isn't that weird that they don't show it on the default map of the website? But I can just chat and maybe show some images. Yeah. See, hopefully when the weather is good. Yeah. Well, more. So look, there are some in the U.S. here. We've got, what's this one? In Wallops Island, Virginia, University of Memphis in Tennessee, Winery Star Party. Hey, have some fun, right? Might as well. In the Temecula, and then where's this one? This one's in Oakland. Okay, and then this one up here is in Wisconsin, in Manitowoc. So, you know, get yourself to one of those or throw your own. I'm gonna add. I'm putting Florida on the map. So yeah, yeah. Thank goodness, right? The shame was too heavy to bear. So yeah. So go check that out. I'm gonna do an event. Maybe I'll do a stream too. Which I guess I'll put a pins on the whole the whole world. Let's see. I know someone that does outreach in New York with support from NASA. I'll see if she's see what she's doing. Yeah, yeah, that'll be cool. And so yeah, so you know, like I said, we are the change that we want the world to be. And years ago, we used to have power. We have power outages in Central Florida a lot from the thunderstorms. And I used to we get a blackout, right? And thousands of people would be out, but I would be the first person to call in for the power outage. I'd be like, everybody else is waiting for everybody else to call. Why am I the first person calling in? And it happened a couple times over years. And yeah, right, Dreadless Phantom. Yeah, and there he is, Carl Sagan, right? A nice way to wrap this up here. But yeah, it really is up to us to do stuff. So you know, it's the same thing here with Asteroid Day and Astronomy Day too when it comes around, and then there's International Observe the Moon Day that'll come up in the fall, and you know, people can do that too. I'll just do that, and that'll be the last one. We'll end it on that. International IOMN, I think is what it is. Let's see. Here it is. So October 21st. Hey, Nerduino, how's it going, man? Yeah, so we just covered, we had a SETI stream tonight. We're talking all night about the search and things related to that. I will in a future stream also cover it, but if you want, you could tune in on the archive of the stream too. And then here at the end, we're reminding people that Astronomy Day is coming up on the 30th. I mean, Asteroid Day, excuse me. Asteroid Day is coming up on the 30th, and people can help and do outreach and plan their own events. And then Oh, how are you guys feeling better? Hey, so what happened? What happened to you? Let's see. I'll check the VI. Yeah. Um, October 14th, annular eclipse. Yeah, yeah. So what happened to you, Nerduino? Did you get sick? Just the cold or the flu, or who knows? Who knows? I always forget. Yeah. Uh, to shout you out on stream, you need to yell at me. Not COVID, it seems, at least. Oh, okay. So I just had something in my eye. So yeah, yeah, that's good. Thank goodness, right? We don't say the C word anyway. We had enough of that. What is that? I don't even know anymore. Yeah. So yeah. So and then we were closing out here to the International Observe the Moon, just to remind people that you can host events related to that too. And then yeah, and of course there's the eclipse, which will be an awesome thing. The annular eclipse this year, and then next year the total eclipse too, crisscrossing the U.S. there. So yeah, yeah, check out events for that. There are really nice maps that I think even Nerduino has visited. The highly detailed maps of those in the past. Let's see. Let me just go to on my web page. I've got a very rough map of that down at the bottom here. So where is it here? So this is the one that NASA plotted years ago, and it's kind of low resolution thing. So hold on a second. Okay, here we go. So there are much better maps online. So of course people track it down, but this is where I know where one of them is. So I'm just zooming there. Oh, reporting to your space job Monday. Ooh, Nerduino used to work for NASA. You probably know that, but yeah. So what? Yes, I'm in Arkansas. We're doing the southern part of the. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So, misadventures. Is it something that you can discuss on? Moo is sick too. Wear a mask on the plane. Yeah. Yeah, that is nice that you're going to go see the eclipse. So this is the annular one here, which, like I said, is kind of cheesy looking, but and then there's the total, which is here. And of course my screen is kind of off. Sorry about that. Let me grab my screen over here and fix this here and move this here. So there we go. So yeah, I want to go to it, but I haven't picked a place yet. So I know that like hotels are sold out, and I might go camping somewhere, and even campsites are going to be sold out. So it's going to kind of where I go in this path across the U.S. I have no idea where it's going to be, but it's somewhere in there. Okay. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I just saw that. And you used to collab with some SETI guys in Berkeley. Okay. Um, let me try to remember some names from there. Not Dan Werthimer. And then there was Jeff Marcy. Was he? Let's see. My parents work for one space exploration. I work at another. Dan Werthimer was the main guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah. So earlier in the stream, we were talking about some some of the things that over the years that many of us have done, have been involved with. So hold on a second. There's I'm not going to open all that now. Where's my other? Okay, yeah, and then the SETI Institute too. I used to be like a major supporter to them, and I went. You know, I've shared that I've written a book on the subject, which let me drop a link of that in the stream. And yeah, okay, let's see, Dan Werthimer, yeah. So, you know, we were talking about how SETI at Home had so many thousands of candidates, and one of the problems that they had was following up on things. So they couldn't follow up on things, and had so much RFI in the data. They had, you know, I said thousands before, but I'm pretty sure they had millions of candidates by the very end of the program. And by candidates, I mean repeating candidates on the same part of the sky. Like they had double and triple detected hits at the same right ascension declination on the sky. But the problem was that they couldn't follow up fast enough with a secondary telescope. And that was like, you know, a sad flaw. I mean, they proved, what's great is they proved distributed computing, right? And had like the biggest, world's biggest super distributed computing computer in the world. They were doing hundreds of teraflops, you know, of work. And they were way ahead of their time. And then, of course, you saw that Boink came along, and what I'm referring to, let me help other people. Let's see. So they came up with this distributed computing infrastructure at Berkeley, and then where's the, I forget what, you know, so then you could do like other things at home, right? Distributed computing. So let me just look over here. Audio applications. Yep. Yeah. Didn't hurt that was right down the street. Yeah. So, the ATA, the Allen Telescope Array, it is on UC Berkeley property up in the Shasta Mountain Range. So, like, you know, like it's a small world, right? So the Allen Telescope Array, oh, you're in ads. I'm sorry. So yeah, so let me back out while he's out there, or they're out there. Let me look at this Allen Telescope Array. I think they had a bigger. Oh, and I have some old images related to ATA. Let me open image. I do have some lesser known stuff here. Hold on. did a panorama years ago. Here it is. Okay, cool. So years ago, let me see if you're back from the ads yet or not. Hold on a second. Misadventures in Astro. Okay, I'm back. I note the gift sub did not kill the ads. Gotta love Twitch. Oh my goodness. Somebody gave you a gift sub too. Whoever you are, you rock. Oh, it was I see Misadventures heart there too. Yeah. Lord to Basil gifted a tier sub. Thanks again, Lord to Basil. You rock. Once again, helping out here. This is awesome. Lord to Basil rocks. So. Click on Lord to Basil's name to see what he's streaming and follow him. So you being on the ad gave me prompted me to remember that years ago there was this live camera that came from the Allen Telescope Array up in the Shasta mountain range, and it would pan around and take images from the site. It was a webcam, but what I did is let me see, ain't that just the way? Yeah, anytime. Thank you. So hopefully Twitch wakes up, right, and blocks the ads. I made a panorama, and I actually shared this with the SETI Institute back then, and luckily I found it today when I was digging through my stuff. So here, I'm opening it up here, and I'm gonna, you won't find this anywhere because I'm the only person I'm aware of that made this. But here, I'm gonna scroll this around, and I made this panorama of the Allen Telescope Array back in 2009, and you can see there's snow on it, and I'm gonna make it bigger and bigger now. So actually I'm gonna biggin it over my face for a while here. So let me pull this, and hopefully it's not over magnified. I apologize greatly if it is, but so that one on the left, that's a different kind of dish that was for a different experiment, a radio astronomy experiment. But these other ones are the Allen Telescope Array, the 42 array, parked. And you could see snow on them and some clouds in the background at the level, basically, of where these things are. And, just above, really. And, yeah, so there, I'm scrolling it by, and so yeah, I stitched these all together. You can see on the top of the screen how they are blended, but the stitching program did a great job on the main images back then, and this is just like a storage pop-up, and then these other two puppies over here, three, I should say, excuse me. So let me make that smaller, I hope. Any day now. So one thing, manipulating these can be loads of fun. It's got smaller. I really made that one big, didn't I? Okay. Down you go, down. More, down. One day. So you really can't see, like, to fit the whole thing on the screen is like too much, right? But there it is, the whole shebang all the way around. So yeah. So thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. I am definitely 100% going to get into the SETI subject again. I have to, because I have so many other things that I haven't covered that I learned about. So I'll just end it with, I interacted with some of the SETI people in the past, but was also kind of a fan. And as you can see, my photo here of me is when I was much younger and still interested in SETI at home way back then. So let me, that's image 3. Let me move that to the top and begin. So there I am, baby face, relative to now, and a bit grayer too. No gray there, I think. I don't think I had any gray yet, but you could see I was a SETI at homer. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for thanking me. Did ATA use the Casper correlators? I feel like it did, but I don't remember for sure. Awesome. We all used to be much younger. Yeah, and thanks for streaming. Yeah, so I know a guy. I'll end it. I will end it on this very thing. I know a guy who is the actual engineer on the ATA array, and he would go there in the summers and spend the whole summer there. I'm going to show you. His name is Billy Barrett, and he lives in Florida. The last I heard, and I had him come speak at my astronomy club once, so I can ask him, like if they use what they used. And let me, I'll end it with an image of from him, if I could find it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Yay! So this is from his talk that he gave to us in my astronomy club. And you can see up on the top there, it says Allen Telescope Array and Embry-Riddle and SETI Institute. And so Billy's a real nice guy. And if anybody ever has any questions about like how the Allen Telescope Array functions, I can contact him and get the answers right away. And there's also another person who lives in Florida that actually introduced me to Billy, who worked at Arecibo and like he was one of their main scientists. That was not the public person like Seth Shostak is. The guy who wrote this book, he wasn't the public guy like this guy. He was so Nerduino. I just got to show you that that Seth Shostak wrote me this dedication in the book here. Oh, I don't know if you could see it. I'm gonna move it up there real quick, but I think I have the graphic in the background here. Let me make it bigger and promote it. Hold on a second. Order, move to top. Okay, so this one here. So see the dedication in Nerduino where he says, remember the last generation of Homo sapiens to run the planet. And the reason he said that is because we were in a dialogue about machine life and how like extraterrestrial civilizations, their AIs are going to be like something that we can't even understand. And so he did that. So yeah, getting back, closing out. I'll touch base with Billy and see if he can answer that question that you just posed, and then let's see. Just make sure I remember Casper correlators. Okay, I'm gonna let me just write that down so I don't forget. Got it. Okay. beautiful. Okay, so I don't know anybody who's awake probably at 1:40 a.m. my time, but I'm going to take a look. If you guys can hang with me for the raid, that would be awesome. And let me see if anybody dares to be up this late. I mean, it's Saturday night, right? So you never know. You never know who's up. Nerduino's up. But he's out there. So let me go to my Twitch control center here and see who's out there right now. Let me open a new tab. Who's on tonight? I have to make. It's funny, like Bing chat, is trying to take over my screen here. The AIs are coming. I joke. Okay, but not that much. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So I do see a couple people. Let me see. Oh, Roxy Gun Project. I haven't seen them in a long time. Super Kims. 1 second. I just want to. Okay, I see. Okay, so, it's kind of fun on Twitch to raid into people that you've never seen before. And I have a lot of follows that are not in line with, science and technology, too. But not bad. They're not bad, in my opinion. And then sometimes people are good. But it says here that Roxy Gun Project is on right now. So I'm going to just click and see if that's a music band. And, oh no, he's in his kitchen doing dishes. No, we're not going there. So hold on, let me block the audio there from the commercial. And, okay, so, wait. So we'll go into Amish Ace, I guess we could go to. Chris Perillo's on, chatting. Security Live is on. Dunbaradu. If you guys have any preferences, tell me in the chat. California Burbs, the Rams Reef, all these almost not so active streams. Let's see, Clara Dragon. Okay, I think I'll just bring us to Amish Ace if you guys don't mind. Let's see. Oh, whoa, what just happened here? Did we get raided? Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I'm seeing somebody else's stream. For a second, I thought we got raided. Okay, so I'm just going to bring us to Amish Ace. I wish you all the very best. Thank you for tuning in here tonight. We're going to raid out to Amish Ace. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the future. Clear skies and good seeing. Contact me if you have any questions about astronomy or about telescopes or about anything that we've talked about tonight. Best wishes, and thank you very much for being here. I'm going to raid out, starting the raid now, and in 9, 8, 7, 6. Have a good one. Have a great weekend. Clear skies and good seeing. Very good. Here we go here. And let's go over to Amish Ace and see how he's doing.